Well, what's this? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to a stream of a game that's gonna break me in short order. Well, we're hopefully gonna be finishing this today. That's the goal. So hope you're buckled up. Your limbs are inside the designated stream vehicle as we careen off a cliff. Who am I? That's a great question. I'm ready for shenanigans. I mean, we're starting with shenanigans with this, so I'm already excited for that. Thank you. Welcome. Howdy. Hold on. They need more Acer. Yeah, double A games. I thought that meant the level of production. Little did I know. Bye. Long lost to Shoot Takumi's Wild Ride. I made the mistake once of going, woo! And they got blown off. But yeah, I'm excited. Is this the door from Chainsaw Man? Is there a door in Chainsaw Man? I saw the first season. I don't remember a door like this. Hi. I'm waiting for Godot. I am waiting for. Where is he? Where is he? Is he safe? Is he okay? It's in the opening. There are doors everywhere. There's lots of doors, Ed boy. What? Door in the very beginning, very end of Chainsaw Man. I don't know. How come I don't remember a door in Chainsaw Man? That's important. Whatever. Anyway, Chainsaw Man ate the Door Devil. Oh, right. Yeah, the Door Devil. You should have mentioned the Door Devil. Does he have coffee? I like coffee. But I didn't leave a big impression. I've only seen the anime. So, yeah, I don't know. I four door. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. We're gonna get started because apparently there's a lot left to this. So I'll try to keep the preamble to a minimum. I say, knowing full well I'll talk for an hour and a half about inconsequential nonsense. Hey, welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Please read the manga. What are you, my fiance? Beth's always yelling about Chainsaw Man. Every time there's a new chapter, Beth's just huddled up in the corner like, ah! And I'm like, you good? And Beth's like, yeah! So, I've heard good things about the manga. But anyway, it's worth yelling about, yeah. No, let's talk more drama. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, hi. Hello. Want to watch the anime at least? The anime is very good. I can attest to that. I'm also excited because Spy Family's back this week, which I liked way more than I was expecting to. Season 1. It's a very fun time. If you have somehow avoided hearing about it, and even if you're not a big anime watcher, I recommend taking a peek at Spy Family. It's very charming, silly times. It's hard to hate. So. The manga's the only manga I actually really genuinely enjoyed in a long time. It's icky. Yeah, it's Chainsaw Man's very icky. Yeah. Time to up that Crunchyroll sub. That's the one with the husband, the spy wife, and the little girl. Yep. It's spy, husband, assassin, wife, and little girl. And the girl's the best character. She's hilarious. Anyway, it's good. Yeah. It's easy. I just think it's uncolor. Yeah. So, there are a couple parts of Chainsaw Man where Beth was like bracing themselves, like this sucks coming up, and it's way worse when it's animated. It's good. Yeah, psychic girl, precog dog. It's great. It's all great. It's all good. Yeah. Anyway, let me get caught up on things so we can yell about this video game. In between streams, there is a doggy. It's true. The dog's name is Bond, not James Bond, a different original character. But Bun Bun resubbed a couple hours ago. Thank you. for their 16-month that said yay with a question mark. Been looking forward to more Phoenix Wright. Still got to catch up on you playing the second game, though. Well, for whenever you get caught up here in the VODs, I hope you enjoyed. I just love seeing a resub that goes, yay? That's the enthusiasm I like to see. Thank you. Welcome back. Universal Fireworks, 6 for 50 bits. Hi. Hello. Hope you're having a good one. Public key reveal partings for a year and a half. Enjoy your very mildly cursed skeleton key. Woo, my sub is an adult now. Months are the same as years, right? Correct. Slurpy Man, thanks for 100 bits. Thanks for streaming Chance of Sonar. Picked that up after watching the streaming, and it fucking devoured it. It was my absolute jam. Hell yeah. Chance of Sonar.
To the Nintendo.
Oh.
The Nintendo 64. Telling the story of its body. It had 4 megabytes of RAM. The expansion pack.
Thank you very much. I didn't pause the music. It just happened to... That was good timing. Thank you. Chance of Sonar is definitely one of my favorite games of the year. If not, the game of the year. I mean, it's a stacked goddamn year. But I really, really enjoyed Chance of Sonar, so I'm glad you did as well. I did not finish it on stream. I finished it off stream. But enjoyed almost every second of it. I'd say there are a couple points that didn't click in the same way, but I feel like... I don't think it overstayed its welcome. I just think some of the later parts of the game aren't quite as strong as some of the earlier stuff, but it's part of it's the novelty. Even though they find new ways to shake up the formula, which I really enjoy. Yeah, there's a couple stealth things in the middle that are they're simple and they're not frequent. Those are definitely the weakest part when it's like, that's not what this game's about. And the developers probably knew that. They might have just felt pressure like, what if people don't like just talking to people and looking at glyphs? And it's like, no, this is the game. So, it's fine. Nerd Bottle League. Play while traveling around a place around the store and knew the language. Yeah, that's wild. Shiv played through it while traveling around in Europe. It was really into linguistics. The linguistics is so good. A little more instead of the gimmicky parts. I mean, I don't mind. There's some, like, one-off kind of gimmicky parts other than, like, the stealth stuff, which I don't think worked as well. But anyway, it's very, very, very good. And I definitely recommend if you're into puzzly deduction games that make you go, ooh, it's very good. Definitely not a sadist. Thanks for 29 months. Thank you. I feel better now. Let it out. Better out than in for your exasperated, Thank you. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to be sad. No, we'll get to that. Give me a jam. Give me a jam. Give me a jam. This is a 20-second jam. Great. Smash Mix 100 bits. Have you ever played F-Zero X? I played for the first time last night. It kicked my ass. Names used to F-Zero 99 and the SNES F-Zero. Couldn't wrap my head around the controls a bit, especially when it came to drifting and pulling up the spin. Still love that announcer. The announcer in X is amazing. Snowmobile Jesus. Based on Thursday's... Oh my god. Oh shit. This goes hard. Yeah, Jesus. And Jesus wept. Yeah, no, there were 2 snowmobile tracks in the snow. And this is where the second tracks came from. This is genuinely beautiful. Thank you. This is art. It belongs in a museum. Appreciate it. Who was that again? That was Meister Jazz. Well done. Thank you. Spoilers for Case 5. That Jesus was behind the wheel? Is that a spoiler? Oh god, I wouldn't doubt it. No, I have played F-Zero X. It's the F-Zero I've played the least of. I never had it back in the day. I didn't know anyone that had it on the N64. Played it much, much later. GX I played a ton of. Followed a distant second by the original F-Zero. And now I've probably spent more time playing F-Zero 99 than I have F-Zero X. It's a tough game. It also seems, from what I remember of it, it seems much more aggressive in terms of, like, they want you taking out the other racers, which is really hard to do, even when there's 99 of them. So, I didn't quite click with it in the same way, but man, the music and the announcer are on point. And it's one of the rare N64 games that has a decent frame rate, so it's impressive for that alone. So, yeah. I'd like to cross-examine Jesus Christ! And then he crossfades into the witness stand. It's the only one I had. It's great. It's good. Anyway, also, yeah, there's the aesthetic design. Because the original F-Zero had, like, a comic aesthetic in the manual, but it's not really represented in the game as much. Whereas F-Zero X has a lot more of that kind of graphic design in the game. Not so much the 3D art. The 3D art's quite simple. But a lot of the 2D art and graphics is just so good. And I adore F-Zero GX, but it definitely abandoned the Western graphic comic look in favor of like a clean, modern CG look. And I mean, I'm very nostalgic for it, but Jesus would star wipe. Wow, you'd have a unique wipe. You're right. Anyway, the Edda, thanks for 14 months. 14, Maya Spin, back to VODland I go. Thanks for the resub. Enjoy the VODs. Nuclear Sunset, thanks for soup. When's the Maya Spin off? What would that be? You're given a quest and you take a step outside and you're like, ooh, a burger stand. And then it's a game where she's trying to create her own burger enterprise. Is that what's gonna happen? Thank you, 5 Leisure. I'll get to that. Track Rock, thanks for 100 bits. Yeah, woo. ASDF, thanks for 24 months. Enjoy your house key. Hey, dude, I got nothing. Can you spot me a 2-year joke? 2 years. That's the last time I had a coherent thought, so I can't help you there. But thank you. Argento Nazi, thanks for soup. Protect from poo brain, because this case is one of those. TM. I mean, so far, it hasn't been a complete doozy. It's like the case itself has been, huh? But the doozy quotient that's not the right word, has come from everything outside the case. It's come from Maya being trapped in a cave locked with Cyclops. I mean, that's pretty weird. It's like Phoenix falling off of a bridge into a frozen river and coming out with no damage except for a Duffy Doze. And then Miles having to travel back from Europe, where he's like, screw this, I'm gonna be a European lawyer. And he comes back and takes the case for like an afternoon before Phoenix is back on the beat. Like, it's like all the stuff around the case has been insanity. So far, the case itself, I wouldn't say it's been straightforward. There's a lot of mysteries still left to be uncovered and solved. But compared to some cases where it's like every single step is like, huh? And everything makes you more confused. This is like, no, I think I have like a vague idea of what. I still don't know any of the core details, but it's not like this is impossible, other than maybe a flying girl who flew over a burning bridge. That's the only like, even though I have my theories about what Larry actually saw. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens from here. He's fought gods in MVC3, canonically. The Last Days of Judas Iscariot really is just Ace Attorney, but less silly. They have Mother Teresa and freaking Sigmund Freud of all people on the stand. Oh. Women be flying. Canned laughter. Thanks for the hydrate, Senator. Do you think Wright has his mask back on, like Young Wright did? I hope so, if he has a cold. He's running around coughing on everyone, and all the evidence. God forbid women do everything. Gestures to burning bridge and woman flying over it. Ugh. Sheesh. Girls these days, so free-spirited. No, I don't. Gimme. No, gimme. There we go. Yeah. Got the base. Women can fly, didn't you know? It's true. NB's just kind of hover. Yeah, just like a couple inches off the ground. It's nice when you want to take a load off your feet, but it's not really that useful, so I've been told. Visceral, thanks for 33 months. Hope you're excited for more shenanigans today. My life force consists of shenanigans these days, so I'm ready. 3Bs in a trench coat, thanks for 46 months. Watching you play through this trilogy has been a joy. Some of my favorite streams. Would love to one day see you continue the series. I think Spirit of Justice is fantastic. Thank you. Well, as I've been saying, we will see. I definitely don't have plans for this series beyond the Layton crossover. That's what I mean, if the Layton crossover falls flat and I don't like it, I won't be like I enjoyed this journey of playing these 3 games. Obviously, that's why I did end up playing all 3 of them. But to feel like it's been all this build-up in my mind of like, I'm gonna... Yeah, even though people from the beginning were like, you don't need to play the trilogy to play the crossover. But I'm just like expecting... I'm expecting Shu Takumi cranked up to a degree because it's crossover world. So it's... Yeah. I didn't play it, so that's right. That's also why I'm not saying I will never play another Ace Attorney game. I'm not saying that, but I don't want to set false expectations. If people are like, oh boy, he's gonna do the whole series. That's not what I plan to do right now. I also plan on getting back to the Metal Gear series, which I'm very excited to continue I'm excited to check out Peace Walker when I get to that. And after that, I'm very excited to replay Revengeance. Because that game has taken on a life of its own since I played it around when it came out. So, excited for that. And then eventually, yeah, we'll see about that. This isn't an Ace Attorney channel? I know. Yeah, Master Collection coming out soon. Even though I don't think any of the games that I think all the games I've already played on stream are the ones in the collection, which is fine. Great Revival, Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, okay. No. There we go. DJ, okay, thanks for 49 months. That's a many months, my dude. I agree. Smashman, thank you for 100 bits. I know you're not prepared for what comes next. Maybe have some water nearby to splash in your face for some revelations. Splash in my face and then just constantly drinking so I'm ready to spit take. You're not late. You're just in time. Gonna play MGS Triangle on stream? Probably. I'm very curious to see what they do with it. So, gonna play any DK games for Donktober? That's a good question. I don't know. I plan on doing something Donktober related, even if it's just a doodle stream to just draw some Donkey Kong. But I don't know. We'll see. Played on the Triangle. Yeah. Airdrop a pot of coffee on me. Yeah. Does MGS3 really need a remake? I would argue no. I don't think it's a game that would benefit from realistic graphics, but that's why I'm interested in seeing what they decide to do with it. Because I feel like they're probably making that remake for all the wrong reasons. So we'll see. We'll see. I have any confidence that I have in Konami, which is none, needs to be earned back. Because they had I had no confidence in Konami from, basically, I mean, genuinely from MGS5's development, whenever the news came out about all the weird internal shit that went down with that game's development, where Kojima was in an office on a separate floor from the rest of the development studio. This sounds really sad with this music. I mean, it was sad. It just, like, the horror stories that came out around how MGS5 was developed, and, like, removing Kojima's name from marketing materials that previously had his name on them. Like, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, what the hell? And then them coming back years later being like, oh, wait, this is a possibly valuable IP. It's just kind of like, yeah, we'll see. That song rules. It rules. It just makes me sad and have feelings. I just want something to jam to. I just want to jam. Okay, this is not... I'm just going down the whole list. That works. A third of the game was cut. No, I don't think it was a third of the game. All we have evidence for is that last chapter. Clearly the game was not finished, but we don't even know the scale of what was cut. So, jam. Kirasawa, thanks for 83 bits. Time to equip your galaxy brain and have the most sound and reasonable conclusions. The most logical explanation is always the correct one when Shu Takumi is at the helm. Thank you. R3DFX, thanks for 100 bits. Hello, future self watching this VOD. Enjoy. Thank you. Alzamaji, thanks for 50 bits. Which of the 3 Ace Attorney games so far has had your favorite soundtrack? Also, do you think Sister Bikini is Moe's secret mistress? I don't know anything about it. Sister Bikini would never stoop so low. Or so high. She would never step stool so high. She's small. I don't know which one is my favorite soundtrack. I mean, I played them in such rapid succession. I don't think I had time to, like, separate each one in my brain, you know? They're all good. I genuinely think they've just gotten better. I don't know if I would say the third is my favorite. Every single game has had at least a jam where I'm like, this is really good, or just very evocative or whatever. But I think the third as a whole may have my favorite compositions. But I would have to actually sit down and be like, okay, this is this theme from this game and this one from this one. Let me compare them. So, just off my gut, I feel like the third one's good. But none of them are bad. They're all solid. Evbay, thanks for 100 bits. Speen! Arthur Postmortem, thanks for 3 years. My sub and I are the same age now. Happy birthday. And thanks, enjoy your Oki. Azulmaji, thanks for 50 bits. I appreciate that Francie seems to whip people slightly less now, I think. At the very least, she's less mean-spirited about whipping Phoenix and Gumshoe compared to the last game, and she almost never whips Edgeworth in the trilogy, probably because of their sibling relationship. It's pretty much just Canadian Judge, who deserves it a little after some of those comments in Case 4, and Larry, who definitely deserves it. That's character development. Miles going from pure antagonist to occasional helper to actually something resembling some degree of friendship. That's growth and that's progression. And then over here, we have Franziska, who whips people slightly less. Character development shows in many different forms, and we love to see it. So, yeah. No, she definitely has a different vibe. It is cool. It's good. The objection theme in the crossover never played is pretty great. I'm excited for to jam out to it. One thing I'm not is I know that the Layton Phoenix Wright crossover was on the 3DS. And thus, I assume, I think I've seen it actually, that it's all 3D models and stuff. So it's gonna be jarring as fuck to go from the Game Boy Advance art to 3DS models. So I'm excited for that. A little bit more chill. Yeah, it's like she went from the burner being at max to the burner being at like down like a notch. So it's great. And voices. Is it fully voiced? Or is there just like voiced moments of it? It's the first 3D game for both series. Really? So it came out before Miracle Mask or whatever was the first 3DS? It's voiced like Layton. Voiced moments. Okay. Luke has his British voice. Let's go. Wait, you mean the like actual EU release voice? Oh no. Wait, which one is it? Is it what, yes to which? I don't know what you're saying yes to. EU voice. No! No! American Luke voice actor, my beloved. Oh, Professor, it's me, Luke. It's not the same, man. Oh, I'm gonna be bummed the whole game, aren't I? It's much better. I disagree. It's fine. I'll put up with it. Chronologically, I don't mean chronologically, I mean like development. If it was actually the first 3D game for both those franchises, that's kind of wild. That's not my Luke. Hashtag not my Luke. Mr. Max Mariner, thanks for the hammy. As a 15-year Ace Attorney veteran, these streams have been such a great time. Thank you for giving the series a try. Good luck in the grand finale. Thank you. Whack on Waterton, thanks for 11 months. Mako Su, thanks for 8. Thanks for playing the trilogy. While you beating the game, I'm playing the Layton vs. Ace Attorney crossover, trying to beat that before you play it. You have plenty of time. I don't expect I'll get to the crossover this month. Maybe next month. Maybe November. Fun fact, even though Shitakumi left the series after Apollo Justice, he did come back to help write the story and case for the crossover with the Layton main writer. It's a wild ride so far. Can't wait for you to play it. I'm excited too. Yeah, my understanding is that he had a pretty substantial role. I don't know if he was the director, but with the crossover, I'm pretty sure Shitakumi. I mean, correct me. You would know better than I. My understanding is that he did work on it. Yeah, and then later did Greatest Attorney, but that was after. He directed the crossover. Okay. Ku Tashimo. Who's that? The Sim Studios is the more recent models. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trilogy has to revive. Not my order of French fries, Your Honor. 5 Leisure, thanks for the $20. That's a double hammy. Thank you. Been loving the playthrough. Unfortunately, I've been up since Tuesday. It's Thursday. I won't be around for long. Good luck. Also, I try to donate awkward amounts so I don't interrupt with lengthy donation alerts. I mean, the alerts are lengthy and awkward for a reason. I appreciate it, and it makes me aware when someone's being generous. So I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm just gonna stealthily make a $20 alert, and then, no, I don't believe in making alerts and not telling people about it. I don't like the idea of people hunting for them. I'd rather you know what you're getting. But thank you. If you don't want alerts to play, then that's certainly valid. Thank you. I really appreciate it. If I did live stream the crossover, we will watch. Yeah, that's the plan. I plan on doing the Layton Phoenix secret 1-bit alert. And you try to cheer a bit, and then Twitch is like, this streamer has set the minimum bit amount to 10 bits, which is true. But there's a 5-hour long alert if you cheer 1 and only 1 bit. Pay for it. Do I have a command for the alert numbers? Yeah, I think it's like noises. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've been thinking of going through and like clearing out the ones that never get played, and I also eventually plan. I don't think I've added any new alerts in Soup, so I do plan on adding some new ones. It's been a long time. It's not worth it. It's just the same as the nice, but with a slightly different nice. But anyway, Alan Brightos music. I was thinking of just dropping it on my SoundCloud. Because, yeah. Anyway, I conclude I finally learned how to read rhythm because of your Rhythm Heaven gameplay. Rhythm is a messed up word. I don't know which ancient monk writing in England in the 1500s I have to blame for the word rhythm. But I don't like it. Never forgot how Borg is delicious, thanks to Maya. Plus, gotta love the monthly highlight intros. Plus, MGS is something. Guess that's it. Oh, man, thank you. Enjoy yourself a key. I'm glad you like the highlight intros. I have fun making them every month. Magic Facet, not Faucet. Facet. Thanks for 4 months. Welcome back. Is this less terrifying? Oh. Oh, no. I gotta wait for it to loop. Hi, Killy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Onsta was in there the whole time. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyway. She's in the suit. I'm gonna send that to her. Hold on. Anyway, that movie looks like a nightmare. Zorlok Dark Soul, thanks for 13 months. Lucky 13. Maybe we should try the lottery today. Do it. Go all in on lucky number 13. Osmoji, thanks for 50 bits. Takumi worked on Ace Attorney 1 through 4, then Ghost Trick while working on the latent crossover. The crossover was delayed so long the investigations team were shifted to write 5 and 6. After Takumi finished the crossover, he didn't have the ability to come back to the main titles, so he made the Great Ace Attorney duology instead. And then that was a couple years. What's he done since then? Do we know? Has he just been cooking? Is he just cooking? Free the Okras, thanks for 59 months. After some experimentation, I've determined that you cannot, in fact, resub while timed out. I guess that makes sense. Because if you could share a message with a resub while being timed out, that would kind of defeat the purpose. He helped out with the Ghost Trick switch port. I imagine he didn't have that much to do with it, though. It's probably more of a technical port than working on new content and stuff. He was a quest writer on Monster Riders. That's about it. He's just chilling. Good for him. We haven't heard from him in a while. Nice. I can only assume he's sleeping in Carbonite. Been hearing Ace Attorney 7 has been in development for a while. Oh. Cool. Well, with the ports of Apollo Justice, definitely... you could read that as Capcom flooding the market, and with Ace Attorney being like, all right, let's build up some hype. Get people reinvested in the series. Speaking of being timed out, I shouldn't be here for no spoilers, so have a good one, Cub the Crow. Goodbye. But I do appreciate that you have a Kiwi key, Cub the Crow. It kind of looks like a crow. Anyway, you're timed out. The Adventures of Missile. If they release a new Ace Attorney, I will know. Fresh blood on my dead franchise. I mean, I wouldn't call it dead. If it's the last Great Ace Attorney game was 2017. I mean, that is a while between releases, sure, but listen, I've seen longer running series come back from the dead. So I don't know. Cub the Crow, thanks for 67 months. That's a lot of months. Enjoy your timeout. Anyway, can I get 24-hour timeout? No. You get a 10-minute timeout, and that's final. When's the new Layton supposed to come out? We don't know. Probably next year, be my guess, based off of when they announced it. I thought we were going to get more news at TGS, the Tokyo Game Show. They teased Layton as part of their portfolio, level 5 games, and then they had nothing to say about it, so... meh. We'll see. I'm a Castlevania fan. Now that's dead. That's dead and then resurrected and then dead again. That's how dead that is. I just want to shoot Takumi to make more games in general. I just want him to write stuff. At this point, that's where I'm at. Anyway, there was a puzzle. Yeah, it might be a puzzle. I don't like A5 because it's a very scattered and focused game. They introduce Athena into this little there and then she goes poof. True Sales gets banished to the channel. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about because I haven't played that. But yeah, fair. I hope he enjoys it. He's kind of been trapped with Ace Attorney for 2 goddamn decades. Well, I would hope he enjoys it. Right? I feel like if he didn't enjoy it, he wouldn't have made the Great Ace Attorney, right? Because it'd probably be easier to be like, I'll just write more Adventures of Phoenix. But instead he's like, I'm gonna do whatever the hell those games are. So. Oh, no worries, Ship, I got it. No worries. Anyway, I tried to keep the preamble to minimum, and it ended up being just as long as it always is. So, great. Anyway, what the hell happened last time? Pause the soundtrack before. Oh, am I gonna get to spoilers of this game? Yeah. There's still like 30 tracks on this playlist. I'll just go up really far to here. This is good. Yeah. Yeah, so, we have a case. So, Elise Donim, children's author, who might be, or slash is, I don't remember if it was confirmed. My current assumption is that she actually was Misty Faye, Maya and Mia's mama, who went missing and now is maybe dead. It was confirmed by Bikini. Gotcha. Confirmed. So, Misty Faye was the master of the Korean village and then fucked off after, what was it, DL6 or whatever? DL9? I don't even remember anymore. Yeah, Misty from Pokemon. She's dead now. DL6, yeah. So she was the medium who was hired for that case. She was wrong, and then all that shit happened, and she disappeared. And then came back as a children's author, never got to talk to her daughters, and was murdered. So hooray! Happy ending there. She never got her bike back. Don't forget DL6. That's today. She was killed. She seems to have fallen from a height and then was post-mortem stabbed. We have Bikini as a witness who saw Iris, who's definitely not Dahlia, pulling the sword out, which came out easily, which is a detail that's horrendous. The Shichishito. So, presumably the timeline of events is that she fell from her room, then was somehow stabbed with the Shichishito. Iris pulled it out, and then someone put it back in and moved her underneath the Mystic Ami statue. I don't know. There's also the extra complication that the Elise's staff has a orb on the end of it in her witch's staff, and the orb was found with blood on it near the bridge. And the timeline, because of the tracks of the snowmobile, if it was her, either her or someone else went with her staff via snowmobile to the bridge, and then much later, once it started snowing, came back, or after it was snowing. Because, like, time, so basically, they went much earlier to the bridge, or where the Heavenly Hall is, somewhere around there, then came back, left the orb there, which had blood on it, don't know why, but also, across the bridge, because Gumshoe repaired the bridge after it burnt down. I don't know why he did that. She lost her spellcaster focus. Yes, she did. It's rough out here for a spellcaster. We went to the, where we are right now, the inner temple, and to the side of it, there's a little garden that was like, do not enter. And in there, there's there's like a tall stone lantern kind of thing with Maya written upside down in blood. And I don't think they said whose blood it is. I don't think they had time to run an analysis yet. But did they say it was Elise's? Why do I think it was Elise's blood? Or she's the one who wrote it? For some reason, I think that. They said that? They did state it was Misty's. I'm just gonna call her Elise, because that's easier for me right now. Not tested yet? Gumshoe said it was. Yeah, that's looking like Elise's blood. Likely. Yeah, Hero Ion. So Maya's name was written upside down in blood, and then also there's a square around this giant, heavy-looking lantern that doesn't have snow on it. So I don't know what that's about. And then we went back across. We were talking to Bikini, wandering around, whatever. We were waiting. Right, we were waiting for Iris to come back. Edgeworth was escorting Iris back here for some reason. I think it was to get. Was it to get the lock open? Here? To undo the lock, right? Because only she knows how the secret or whatever. So Miles brings her back here. Surprise, Chekhov's earthquake goes off. Miles goes, oh no, I'm still not over my horribly traumatic past. Oh no, Iris ran away? Also, now there's 4 more locks? There's 5 locks here? and they look exactly like Cyclops. I don't know. It is Chekhov's earthquake. How many times do they talk about earthquakes? So yeah, I don't know. It's a dilly of a pickle. When Chekhov hung the earthquake over his fireplace, correct. He put the earthquake on the table in the middle of the room and walked away. So yeah, basically now Iris has run off somewhere. She's on a snowy mountain. She can't go that far. Unless she falls off the bridge, in which case, fair. Larry made a weird drawing. Right. Nice. Yeah, during the trial, we basically... What did we determine during the trial? We determined that Bikini and Iris experienced different events. And they believe it. Which... The fact that Bikini is like, I saw Iris and she had her hood on, and Iris and Dahlia looked the same except for their hair, they could maybe possibly be two different people. Because I'd been working under the assumption that Iris was just Dahlia with dyed hair. But maybe Dahlia's actually running around out there somewhere. Oh yeah, and also Pearl was at the Inner Temple and didn't see Maya for like 2 days. So, well yeah, Dahlia did get guiltied. So I don't even know how that would be possible, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But regardless, Bikini believes she saw Iris with her hood on, which is not possible because she gave her hood to Phoenix to deny the murder. And then Larry saw who he believed to be Iris wearing her hood flying over the burning bridge, and he drew a very good drawing of it that kind of goes hard. And my assumption there is that he saw it upside down. Although someone falling off a bridge upside down would look like they're just flying straight up, not going over a bridge, like horizontally across. So that doesn't really track either. So I don't really know what the hell to think about anything that's happening. Maybe Larry was dying of hypothermia, eating snow, and he was just having visions. So, listen, don't worry about it. Yeah, basically. So, basically, the current state of affairs is that we believe Maya is trapped in this cave, and there's been an earthquake, and now there's 5 locks. And also, the gang is all... Francisca's here, Miles is here, Godot is on his way. So we're getting, like, everyone together, except for Payne, because fuck Payne. So yeah, Godot just left, right? He was here. We did bump it. Yeah, and he was just like, I'm mad about everything. And we're like, goodbye. And he was weirdly sexist. I was like, okay. Smash Bros. Music. He's pondering the orb. Yeah. Just get some bolt cutters. No. They're trick locks that'll explode if you do it wrong or something. So. My assumption. That's good. Roy, thanks for 4 months. Welcome back. And Cleve, thanks for 69 bits. Finishing the trilogy, by that I assume he is talking about the A battery, AA battery, and AAA battery. Yeah. I've finished looking at my collection of batteries. It's good. My assumption. Anyway, let's get back to it. Now that I'm thoroughly confused once again. It's February 9th, and we're at the training hall, and there's 5 locks. There are 5 locks! Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Who's he talking to? Wait, she's here? I'm afraid I can't. I thought she ran away. Was I wrong? What? I guess I was totally forgot what happened. We found her here. She came here. She ran to the cavern. Oh, okay, I forgot that detail. I think there was conversation like, where did she run to? And then we came here. Right, okay. Before the checkpoint. Understood. I forgot about that. Okay, great. We found, hooray! We found her. A single A battery? Actually, no. The hell is a single A battery? Oh no. It's what the secret association at Home Depot doesn't want you to know about. It's a thick battery. Oh god. Hey. Come on. What? It's not possible for me. It's just a battery. It's just a battery. It's not possible. I don't want to look it up. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. Also, there's the scroll of Misty on the right there, which someone, I'm assuming Pearl, threw gravy all over. I'm assuming Pearl because she apparently left after dinner with a bunch of leftovers with her, like a whole pot of soup. So they got some gravy on there, as children do. I escaped, right. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. You're gonna break open a metal lock with your bare hands, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect, you go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. You might make a mistake, might make a mistake as opposed to Phoenix, who is actively suffering from a fever. Yeah, that's fine. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. There he goes. He got whipped. Yeah. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. You're like the most prideful character in the game now that Manfred's out of the equation. So that doesn't really mean much coming from you. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. There it is. Okay, thank you. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. What? I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. No, this thing. A size were shorter and wider. Because I'm feeling like if you need, like, a chunky battery, we got C-cell batteries and D-cell batteries. Like, we got, like, some big batteries. So I'm guessing A is just, like, a half step between those bigger, chunky boys. There's also 1/2 AA? I'm learning a lot of battery trivia today. Hey, Hazel. One of the rare times Franzi whips Edgeworth, and it's to tell him to take self-care. You're right. Less of an ego in last game, her character development is a lot more subtle, but Adrian Andrews basically used to explore Franzi's character. She's way too prideful to ever admit weakness or insecurity for the most part. Full show. Thank you. This door. The circle watch batteries. Yeah. When I was here earlier, there was only one lock, but now there's 5 of them. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen locks quite like these before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like these before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if these locks are guarding something, too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Boy, I sure am hungry for gravy. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. Yeah, it's keeping Maya in there. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. So she didn't put up more locks? I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would have done something like this? Trick lock. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Karain tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. Huh. I wonder who else round up here up on the mountain has the knowledge and expertise to set these crane locks? Probably Pearl. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them, but it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day, if I had to guess. A whole day! Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day. Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. Pearl's behind it all. I believe it. Pearl's doing it all to get payback for Morgan, who's also in prison. Or has she also been murdered by the state? A whole day without a burger. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Now, there are two of you running around on the mountain. I knew it! There's something going on here that we don't know about. Of course there is. Hello. Hello. Take a look at this Magatama. There's too many locks in this room. Hate that thought. Maybe it's just the one Iris moving very quickly back and forth rapidly across the bridge. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini? Someone during the last stream pointed out that Bikini has like a Family Guy face. She's got a bad case of Stewie Griffin mouth, and I can't unsee it now. And it's really upsetting me. She looks like Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill? I don't see Bobby Hill. Beta. It's not so much the ball, it's kind of just the mouth, but... Lois, I'm commanding a moida. Her testimony in court today was very clear. Oh, Brian. Hello, Brian. That night, I was helping an acolyte. Now, with her training in the Inner Temple, but... Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Lewis. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. Wait, so she was there? I got touched by the Peter Griffin withering curse. I have been cursed. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at around 9:40. But she had to ring the bell for 10 o'clock. Did she ring the bell early? I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this. Is that her own testimony? Where was that? Yeah, this. Okay, alright, cool. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah! Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Me. Who's me? Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright, we even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgot. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. Yeah. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at Hazakura Temple, you were at the Inner Temple. There's 2 of you! There's 2 of you! On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you! I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible! Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Gulp? You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. The sketch? Or... I hate that this is where things are going. Maybe the hood and the fact that people saw her with the hood? Could be the hood. Could be the... Not the crime photo. No. Could be the sketch. To be like, he saw you at that time. Oh, shit, that's basically it. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lose that much health if I'm wrong. Try the hood. No. We'll try the picture. Good, I nailed it. Mr. Wright, when you said that there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know. I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Yeah, Larry said it was you. Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but can you show me something you're 100% certain about then? I really need to get to the bottom of this. Iris is determined to hide something from me. I can't drag it out of her unless I can show her some irrefutable evidence. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I don't mean to be uncooperative, but you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? What about your hat? What about your hood? Not that either? Not that either. Not? Okay, neither of my guesses were right. Maybe a profile. Evidence. Evidence. Defendant doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. I mean, I don't have a profile for Dahlia. Missing. I mean, the evidence that there's more than 1 of you is that you were seen in 2 places at the same time, as I already established. Discover the murder. Release the door. It's an unbelievable, huh? I mean, am I meant to throw out Larry? Maybe I don't have what I need. It's possible I don't have what I need. I'm gonna do one last loop through. That's definitely her. Map. Hang scroll. Full release. There's the hood. Nope. Weather data. Lightning struck that night. Therefore, there are 2 of you. Lightning only strikes twins. Shishito has the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints on it, not the murder weapon. The staff, when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. Autopsy report. Nurse's testimony. Tracks photo. Crime photo. I'm just gonna try to throw in Larry, because this testimony was about her, but I don't think this is right. No. I'm guessing I don't have what I need. Something very fun about explosion. Goodbye. Oh, it could be Don Paolo. It could be Don Paolo. I should gather more clues. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba 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 ba. It's fine. As long as I don't fuck up anymore, I'll get my full health back. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Meh. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth. Ah! Hey! Don't you dare run away! Sprinting away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? To hold you tender? By candlelight? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Oh, who needs a hug, buddy? Let go of me. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. What happened? Did you have the same reaction in the first game? Similar, I think. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? Again. We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Man. So I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, and we were still school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense lawyer. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Yeah, I remember. I remember. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. But you can't sue an earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 3 years ago, right? As me, I did that. You think I don't know that? I was there, but... It was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? I like to cross-examine the earthquake, Your Honor. Cuts to an empty witness stand. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. Felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. Not worst. Worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. Then why even mention it, Edgeworth? What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves the case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. How do I do that? You can cuddle me while I fall asleep, bro. Just as friends, bro. Keep me warm in the night, dog. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. We still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he found. Yeah. It's crossed my mind once or twice her testimony might be a bunch of lies. There certainly are a lot of problems with it. The thing is, as far as I can tell, she has no reason to deceive us. I believe she did meet the defendant at the inner temple and witnessed the murder, too. The one in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, in any case. Maybe there aren't two Irises, but there's two Elises? I don't know how to ask him about Dolly. If you want to know how to run the perfect trial, there's a lot to study and learn. Oh, is that what you're studying about right now? I've sat at the prosecutor's bench for trials in 5 different countries now. The first thing you must do is gain complete mastery of the language. It's quite a task. Never get anywhere then. It's taken me a lifetime to sort of master one language. And only sort of. Yeah, I feel that, Phoenix. 12, Maya spinning 11, Pearl's crying 2, Elise, Do, Nims. It's been more than a year since I last saw Francisca myself. But it seems that she's been dying to see you again. She really said that? I believe she wants to eat you for breakfast, or to put it another way, whip you silly. Literally and metaphorically. Oh. Go on, let her have her way. It would make for a great anecdote about my trip. Forget it, Edgeworth. Apparently, he had become something of an apprentice to Elise Donim. Yeah, something like that. He did this portrait for me earlier. That's great. Let's just leave it at that about Larry, alright? Looks like someone's still mad about the butts for his performance in court today. Mad about the butts. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Another victim we know nothing about. Same as always. Same as it ever was. I hope you'll tell me if you know something about our mystery woman, right? I know that Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor to the temple, but her true identity could be a useful weapon for this defense. And I can't give that away just like that. Nope. I was just with Detective Gumshoe. I treated him to some pasta. You owe him that much. After all, it's your fault his salary's so low. How's it my fault? And look, if you're gonna buy the guy lunch, at least get him something decent, okay? Gumshoe practically lives on pasta and noodles already. I did order some extra Parmesan cheese on top. He was crying tears of joy as he dug into it. It was quite moving. All you have to do is give the poor guy a raise. Edgeworth, please. He's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know? Then you mean he isn't anything special? You should already know the answer to that. Although, there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? There's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney but decided it wasn't for him. A defense attorney? Didn't even know you could switch sides like that. Even though Miles switched from prosecutor to defense today. Pearl. It seems Pearl was trapped on this side of the river on the night of the murder. Did she tell you anything? Listen, right? She's just a kid. I can't force things out of her. You'll have to be the one to find out what she knows. One of the biggest names in the world of law, as I'm sure you'll agree. For better or for worse, we were only destined to meet once in the courtroom. I know. I read all about it. It was the first time for the both of us, 2 novices head to head. I can still remember how downhearted I felt after that trial ended the way it did. Wonder if Mia felt the same way too. I don't know Maya Fey very well, but it seems to me that the girl's always landing herself in trouble. Seems to me that you know her better than you think. I do sincerely hope she's going to be alright. So we can accuse her of murder. Iris gave that to you, didn't she? Yeah, it really works. It helped my fever go down quicker, I'm sure of it. So you say, but your face is as white as a sheet, and sweat is running down your cheek. Anyway, it seems to me like there's something going on between the two of you. Actually, I don't know exactly why, but there's something about Iris that just tugs at me. I can't figure out whether I feel like I know her or don't know her at all. It's really weird. What do you think about this, Edgeworth? Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. But you were acting for the defense of the trial today. What do you mean intimately? Okay. Whether Shito? No. Being coy or just being dumb? There's a difference? Sweating in the snow is normal, bro. Calm down, bro. Hey, Space Cadet. This 100 bits. If I had a nickel for every time a detective had pasta in a Shoot Takumi game, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice, right? Cabanella and Gumshoe. Pasta's good. Detectives love pasta. Okay. What about Larry's sketch? Get that piece of filth out of my face. You're still mad, huh, Edgeworth? I know a thing or two about Larry Butts, just like you. We both know he likes to act up, but this, even he couldn't make something like this up. If this is what he drew, then this is what he saw. As unbelievable as it may seem. I know, that's what I think too. Every single time I see that guy, he's in it up to his neck. I knew it, Edgeworth's still mad as a hornet at Larry. Who isn't? Nothing. Alright, cool. I had pasta today, it was delicious. I want pasta. Pasta's good, yo. You know why pasta's so good? It's because pasta by itself tastes good, and it's also designed to be a vehicle for other things that taste good. Can't go wrong. Made some vodka pasta the other day. Ooh, that sounded good. Also carbs. Also carbs are tasty. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Let's move out to the bridge. All you need for good pasta is butter and salt and the pasta. Anything else is just a bonus. Exactly. February 9th. It's weird, there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Larry Shack is a little old place where you can substantiate evidence. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Laurice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. 2 losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? All right, then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Laurice. Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Ah, the crime. It did see it upside down. Yeah. Yeah, he's upside down. That's why I had that thought. Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? Pasta, potatoes, and rice. Trifecta of carby goodness. Also, all good vehicles for other things. I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donham's room reading a book together. But Miss Donham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. She's gonna start bawling in 10 seconds. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. She was playing with Gumshoe's gun. 5 of them! I've been a bad girl. I like that they're in an arc, because if they're in the normal arrangement, it'd be blocking her sprite. Thank you all so much. I know I'll be punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? She did it. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. What are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Now he's crying too. Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych lock to get the truth out of her. I'm just gonna save. I wonder, if she tried to summon Mia and was unable to, I wonder if someone else is currently channeling Mia, perhaps. Interesting. I wonder. No other explanation. And one kick. Okay. Giving someone pasta opens all their psych locks at once. Pasta. Didn't work. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. Pearls never went to Miss Donham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? To the temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not gonna open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm gonna take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one simple reason. It's Maya! It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. And you brought gravy, too. I signed up for your special course. My, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Whoa. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? Oh, we had a blip? Stream blipped. Oh, no. I don't have any dropped frames on my end, so must have been an issue on Twitch's end. Maya's crashing abilities. Welcome back. Hello. Quick blip. And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. Just when I said Maya. Okay. Maya. Well, she's like, yeah, it was Maya. And because Bikini was like, it's dangerous training you have to undergo. So, That's all you missed. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Well, I broke one of them. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. It didn't cut out for you at all? Oh, weird. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time it was when you headed over to the... What time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. After 10? How'd you know what time it was? The bell? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell is because of this? I don't know if I know. Because she knew it was gonna be lightning time. I don't know if I have what I need for this. And that's a lot of damage if I'm wrong. What happens at 10? She loves AC/DC. Stop bowling, Pearl. I'll come back. I'll come back. I'm an attorney, Pearls. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. It was your bedtime. Probably. Show her my badge. You can tell me I'm a lawyer. The most trustworthy kind there is. Hazakura Temple. Main gate. 1.21 gigawatts. I wonder if Sister Bikini has gone back to the main hall already. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. That Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Yeah, probably. Hello, ma'am. Main hall. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? Right. She doesn't. No one came back. It's like, what happened? Why is she so nervous? All she knows is there was an earthquake and we ran off. It looks like it survived. We have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. I just got their name. Is it because it's a pseudonym? But who? Who could have done that? See, I thought it was you, maybe. But now, I don't know. The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Kurain tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yeah, you were telling me how the Master of Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition's main family line. Thanks for the gift sub. You're welcome, Lockadoon? I don't know what that, I mean, it might have been from when I gifted subs last week. You're welcome. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. I just had a terrible thought. I just had a terrible fucked up thought. Should I theory craft out loud and chat can just diddles? What if Morgan was murdered by the state for her crimes and is now using the Crane channeling technique with Pearl to run around and commit crime in Scampin as revenge? That doesn't really explain everything that happened, but it will explain at least some of it. Either Pearl or maybe Iris as well. But they definitely don't match in build, so the idea that Iris is in 2 places at once still doesn't check out, but... that would be wild if that's the case. There's only one heir to the title of Master. They haven't mentioned Morgan once. It seems like as a refresher, or for people that never played the second game, there would have been like a, oh yeah, Pearl's mother, Morgan. Here's what happened with her. Oh, that case. You know, like there would have been a little thing like that, but, you know. They mentioned case 2. I mean more recently than that. Like within this case, but... anyway, I'm not like, that's definitely what happened. I'm just like, I didn't consider the fact that, because we've only ever seen Mia be the one who's channeled. But there is another woman of the Khura'in village who feasibly could be doing the same. Ancient history, previously. There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. Also thinking who would have a personal vendetta against Misty. And that's not a very long list. That child becomes the new master of Khura'in, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Is the power of the master worth this much bloodshed? Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. I regret cooking. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 3 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. Stop cooking. During the Master Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Khura'in technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead? That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Ho ho! You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she's talking about? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Never forget DL6. The DL6 incident, huh? It all comes back. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 3 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. This be the Endwalker Vase attorney. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. Forever! In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Khura'in tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Khura'in village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth! Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all! Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Khura'in tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? Family feud. The spiritual power of the Khura'in channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae family, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. Steve Harvey stare. Family Feud! The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families... The ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister, too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, and she grew up as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. Here we go. Here we go. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Ah, shit. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. Candle. Please try some. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... Mystic Morgan's daughter. Fuck. But... Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Didn't see that coming. But that does reinforce my new theory. Shit. Well, well, well. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Was there ever reference to Pearl having a sister or Morgan having more than one kid? I cannot remember. It's been too long. Nope. No, never. Huh. Morgan fucks. Everyone in the room getting surprises. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. So she's still alive. As far as we know. Yeah. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. So why would she have discarded Iris and then... Oh, because Iris doesn't have any spiritual power. Wow. Wow. So Morgan abandoned her daughter because she didn't have any spirit juice in her. And then was like, Pearl's the real daughter. Wow, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. So I've been wrong all this time. I mean, we knew she was a bad mom, but still. Damn. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters? Oh, it just keeps getting worse all the time. Not 2. Wow. 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. Oh my god. Bikini, I can't believe we're getting to the bikini bottom of all this. Oh god. Okay. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. I'm riding the wave. -2. Get. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. Thank you, Viz. Get the shit out of me. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Oh. How awful. So, okay. I'd say that redeems Morgan, but it doesn't at all. She just isn't quite as horrendous as I thought. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. Fuck. Damn it. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the Mame family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. That's why she had pearls? She didn't already have pearls when that happened? I mean, I guess if it was 20 years ago. Yeah, no, pearls is like 9, so yeah. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. So they're stepsisters? It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. Half sisters. Half sisters. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Half and half. Half twin sisters, which makes one sister. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Do I have that in my profiles now? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Hey, Morgan. In solitary confinement. So she's not dead. And as far as I know, the crane technique only works with the deceased, but... Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! Okay, goodbye. It's Mo. Could be Mo. Remember like an hour ago when I was like, this case hasn't been super wild so far? It's been weird, for sure, but it hasn't been complete wackadoodle. It's just been everything around the case that's been... Yeah, that's not the case anymore. I mean, it's still the case. You know what I mean. It's this case. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Flying women over burning bridges, no biggie. Yeah, it's fine. Is this what he's singing? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. No motive, no cry. Wait, is it meant to be Bob Marley? No motive, no crime. Ah, shit, that's way dumber. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Crane. Whoop! I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed the Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh my god. Fuck. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Shit. Hey, pal. Fuck. Who, me? How long have you been there? Fuck. I just got here. I want to go home. Okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Give me the letter. Give me. Bring it over. How's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? Every little case is gonna be alright. I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the deets, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? The letter. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. May I see it? The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter out of the court record. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'm taking a look. Let's check my other details. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Yeah, this has nothing to do with the case, Gumshoe. You're right. Her name is... She is our ally. The whole... Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make not tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Gravy? It all comes together. I finally understand. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Thanks. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, but man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? We're using a team of precogs back in the lab. It's like a Minority Report situation, pal. We got a Connect set up to use a big screen on the wall. It's going great. Maybe it's missile. What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? All right. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. I wish we picked missile instead of the metal detector. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Yeah, probably should. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. All right, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. Now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, touch the detector and take a real good look around the courtyard with it, pal. Jesus Christ. Once you've hit something metallic, the check button flashes and touch the gauge to really give the air a good hard stare. Thank you. The thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at everything and everything that seems sus, okay, pal? Check. The ladder. Look, a ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is the guy in front of me. Just a pair of skis. Nothing useful for our case here. You could impale someone with skis if they were sharp. A potato is a lettuce, correct. I'm actually pretty good on skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I had no idea. How good are you then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. The guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We better get back to the investigation. Oh. There's something in the snow. I found a $1 coin. Ooh. Do I prefer lettuce or cabbage? I mean, it depends on the situation. I like them both. They're good at different things. Money! If you find money, you have to turn it into the police or a detective. If the owner doesn't come forward within 6 months, you get to keep 10%. The other 90% goes to the police department. Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will you? Here's the coin, happy? I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective. Yikes. Talk about a serious case of denial. I need a polarized opinion on cabbage and lettuce. Lettuce, woo! Cabbage, boo! What's this, a pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? Then don't go losing it. That Shishishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know, I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. Lettuce, woo. Cabbage, boo. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. This is Miss Dunham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. Wood can be metallic, but the detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird this thing is causing a racket. Let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... The top's coming off! Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Ah! Oh! That's a sword. Inside the staff. But it's not bloody? Could it be the murder weapon? I like how I just, like, dumb luck found all the wrong stuff first. I'm glad I didn't pick that first and then miss out on him fighting over a quarter. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thought you were intentionally avoiding the staff? No, I just went from right to left. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? If I had a sword cane, I would die happy. They're probably illegal, huh? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. As they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It's a precursor to Bloodburn. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? Concealed weapon, yeah. No, I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. I'm loving this jam and bass under the hammy. There go all my hopes and dreams. Sorry. Just make a fake one. Out of rubber. A sword umbrella? Yeah. Yeah, shush.
And no, don't change the subject. Thanks for the $10.
Thank you, Babe. I'm gonna use that to buy a head of cabbage. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. Thank you, Betty. It's about the same length as the Shichishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. They're considered a rare magic item in D&D. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please? Just until we find Maya? Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the secret cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been murdered? Please, detective! Let's just wait until we can get inside the secret cavern. You're looking kind of Viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, all right? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff with a big amethyst gem missing on it covered in blood. You got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you that he's giving it to me. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Victim staff received. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Stoneham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Okay, well, we have a lot more evidence now. So maybe we can crack some locks. What did Pearl need that I didn't have? I don't remember. Just go over there. Or wait, I could probably do Iris though, because I have her twin as a thing. So let's go do that. Why keep it a secret? Cause it's a secret. Somebody's gotta make spirits. Jesus. I can do what? We can do her psych locks. Jesus Christ. Alright. Hi. Hello. Yes. Yes, hello. I'd like you to play that song again. The one that goes, every case is gonna be airtight. That one. Cables. Hi. Check out this Magatom I found on the ground. This person saw you the night of the murder. It was bikini. Yep. I saw her. She was there. See, that's what she said. Kaboom! Next. You didn't because of your testimony. Yeah. Take that. Bong. It's me knocking on the head. Stop lying to me. Thank you for the bits, everybody. Airtight case. Airtight case. All these cases gonna be airtight cases. There's only one possible explanation. There are two of you. And the evidence I have of that is that Bikini told me so. Huh? That's not the evidence. The evidence is that you have a twin sister. How is that not evidence? Jesus Christ. That's not Dahlia, that's question mark. I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it. That should work. I'm mad about it. Okay, fine, fuck you. Goodbye. Going back to Pearl. See you later. Yeah. 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 Ridge. Nobody knows. There's no way to know other than reading the profile where it says, here's who this is. Could be fraternal twins. That's true. You know what? Fair. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later. Fuck. No, Zeno. Must keep going. Well, then... Wait, what if I go back to the garden? Maybe Edgeworth's got something going on there. To the garden. Hello? Hi. You're just hanging out. What do you think about this burnt lighter that I shouldn't be showing you? Cool. What do you think about Morgan? What do you think about question mark girl? Hey Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There's nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I might just know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Dahlia! It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Sploosh. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Yeah, wait, so was that also another one of Morgan's daughters? How many daughters did Morgan have? No? So where did Valerie come from? Because Valerie's a stepsister? On the dad's side. You'll see. Okay, fair. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Okay, got it. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. That makes sense. Oh! And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. What a sentence. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? There's no need. Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Oh, shit. Fuck. Damn it. Alright, okay. Alright. Updated theory report. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. That's a very verbose way of saying she dead, lol. Her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians. Rip. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne's dead, Edgeworth? I only just discovered this, right? But I never knew about the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember. At the time, Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. You gotta research your boyfriend's past. Yeah. It's been 6 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Courtroom channeling technique. Did you say Courtroom channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. No, you told me about that one already. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what's happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. We already did that. We've already been over this, of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Everyone has to give exposition for the kids who, like me, played this game first. I feel like even with the explanation they're giving, this has got to be extremely confusing. Like, they're doing their best without it literally being a play-by-play, just reenactment of what happened before. Because the DL6 incident was a very long and involved case. So to be like, oh yeah, like, we're just going to kind of dip into it to remind you. It's like, even with that, as someone who played it not long ago, there's tons of details I forgot already. Which, yes, poo brain. But still, it's like, if you had no idea any of this happened, it's like, okay. You gotta know about the parrot. The parrot was in on DL6. You'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Courtroom channeling technique is real. If you looked at Maya once during any trial, you would know that. If only he didn't eat that poison bottle. He was hungry. You know the series with characters and stuff, previous games. Yeah. Doot boop 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 bop boop boop boop. Beep boop boop boop. There she is. Okay. Nope. Yep. Age deceased. That will never not be funny to me. It's just age deceased. Great. Okay. Alright, goodbye. Try this again now. Hey, how's the next 50 bits? My stuff in a robes wearing platform shoes to court, I guess. I guess so. And suddenly extremely competent and knows about law and how to manipulate a courtroom. Age, bleh. I'm gonna save again. I guess. It's fine. I don't think I'll fill all the way up to full. Age not applicable. Oof. Hello. Yeah, it's not capitalized either. Age metabolic processes are of interest only to historians. There you go. Beep, boo boo doo. Fuck! The D-pad slipped. You need to trust me. Mr. Wright, I can't. Why not? I can't trust such random nonsense. It doesn't make sense. No, listen. No, check this out. This person saw you the night of the murder. This person saw you, it was you. You saw your shadow. And then you stayed inside for a longer winter. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? Boop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wait, when you die in Cyclock World, it just refills you with no health, right? It doesn't actually game over you? Yeah. If you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Yeah. Calm down and try again. I blew myself up. Hooray. I can't kill myself with a Magatama. It's nice to have no health, right? The night of the crime. Yeah, oof. Yeah, I'll just reload the game real quick. Hold on. How you doing, chat? How you doing? I could have more than no HP as a treat, right? Enjoy my 3DS's theme. Oh my god, it's Tingle! There we go. It was worth the $2. It was worth the $2. Come on. eShop going down, you gotta buy that. Alright, I'm going back good. What's up? Did you guys see the Nintendo shutting down the Wii U and the 3DS online services? The eShop's already down, but they're also shutting down online multiplayer for those platforms, which sucks. This sucks real bad. Oh shit, we got health and safety information. You wanna play that? Play that later. Next year, yeah. Yep. Thank God for Pretendo, right? Remember when consoles had themes? I missed them. Yeah. RIP Splatoon 1. Also RIP the 3DS Monster Hunter games. Like, you can still play them local at least. But yeah, for something like Splatoon, that's just gone. Oh yeah, things like Pretendo exist. So. Mario Maker officially worthless. Sucks. Yeah. But, yeah. A lot of people pointed out online that most, if not all, online Nintendo games are peer-to-peer. So, like, why even bother to shut it? I mean, I'm sure it's not as simple. I don't know how network infrastructure works, but still sucks. Pokemon Bank dying is also rough. Well, they said one of the Pokemon things isn't dying yet. I don't know if it was Bank or what, but... No, you're right, fuck them. The Citra on they play. I don't know. But you said this in your testimony. Bank's okay for now. Okay, so it was Bank. 3DS Wii U modding is very easy, and you have very community servers you can connect to. Yep. There's one, but there are two of you. 1/4 of the game inaccessible. Oof. Pokemon Home. That's what it is. Show me evidence. How about this again? Okay. I mean, it makes sense you need to confirm her identity with Edgeworth before, even though it's like, I know that it's Dahlia. We all know it's Dahlia, but you gotta confirm it before you can present it. That's fine. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. Or should I say knew? I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second Jew who was here at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgot this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Yeah, no, I didn't completely... I like half guessed the idea of Dahlia stomping around, just not the specifics. How could I have? I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me, who passed away last month. Just as I sussed the iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before, I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? Traitor. You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It twisted her entire destiny. Yeah. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you're responsible for multiple deaths. It's all because I betrayed her. Not saying she should have been executed for it. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Huh? I mean, you would know better than me, but... Huh? Her mother? That must be Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. Crane Village kind of sucks, yeah. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Korain. That'd be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. The whole family's awful. But before long, the credibility of the Korean tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the Deal 6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how these pieces fit together. Wasn't bro rich? I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Faye clan. That's what it looks like. So Dahlia was like, I hate you, Dad, and then arranged an overly complex revenge scheme, which accidentally ended up being a murder, and then she was like, well, fuck it, and started murdering her way through Los Japangeles, trying to cover up her previous murder? Just doing a hitman pile the whole time. Praise pile, yeah. Yeah, she did just kind of do a panic pile. Kind of, yeah. And that father's name was Harry Butts. There's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began relations with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. And that stupid college student then ate said evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Oh. Okay, cool. I see. Thank you for your help. A male college student? You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. That just ain't right. Huh. Speaking of Hitman piles, they did, they had a new, roadmap for the coming month of Hitman updates. And they're adding a new suit to Hitman. Every now and then they have, like, new challenges, things to unlock new suits. One of them is they're actually doing a Twitch drop for the first time ever, and I'm like, how's that gonna work? For, like, a suit with a purple shirt. But no, it's not a zoot suit. It's, I'll just find it. It'll be faster than explaining it. New soup just dropped. It's maybe the best suit that they've ever added in the history of Hitman. And it does look a little something like this. It's a low poly 47 from the first game. I mean, it's not like 1-to-1, but it's quite close. It's, look, he is beautiful. He's amazing. Oh, God, Shane. Anyway, very excited for that. Crunch. Anytime there's a low poly model. I don't know. I'm assuming whenever you put on a disguise, it snaps back into normal high poly 47, but even still, getting to run around looking like that. It's gonna be good. His tie's so wide. Anyway, back to the shack? Maybe? Heavenly Hall. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh! Mr. Nick! Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. N64 Brosnan. Yeah, I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Dooba 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 doo. Ba dooba 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 doo. Shooba dooba 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 doo. Ba dooba 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 doo. Loser Shack is a little old place where we can lose together. Lose Shack, baby. Hey, Pearl, don't eat those potatoes. They're not even potatoes. They're just rocks. Not the crime. Dahlia's scar is meant to evoke Morgan's death stare. Yeah, I see the similarity now you point it out. Yeah. Help me fill my life meter. After dinner on the night of the murder. You went over here because you're worried about Maya. That temple was you. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? You were worried for Maya. Maya. Pearl's short, she's small. I think she might be taller than Bikini, though. At least with her hair. I signed up for your special course. My. Let's see, she's about that tall on the screen. No, Bikini is taller. Bikini scared you with what she said. That's 1. Okay. Until after 10. She heard the bell. Why'd she worry about the bell? Was it the note that she got? I thought she can't read good. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel a spirit. It's because of this. I didn't think she was good at reading. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? Is she arrested? In a sense. I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? I guess I'm not. My badge. Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearl was supposed to be channeling. The person we were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Mia! I'm gonna say it was Dahlia. But she said that she couldn't? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Oh! It's just as I sussed. If I overthought it, I would have guessed Mia, because why else would she think she doesn't have spiritual power anymore? So, yeah. It wasn't Iris whose Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? And was it your mother? Was it your mother, Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Ba-dump. You don't just say ba-dump out loud. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Boy. Yeah, this sucks for a 9-year-old to be going through. All right, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She's been hanging out around the courthouse too much. Gah. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. What is he talking about? A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words? And this is the evidence that proves it. Okay, let's, Once night falls, Blank should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is Blank, she's an ally. The whole, here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this burn, the also make, not telling anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master. Okay, it actually... The gravy is actually important. Okay, great. Okay, good. Excellent. Excellent. I'm so glad that's the case. I'm so very happy that's the case. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Oh! Why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Haha, well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. Yeah, she did. How do you read this incriminating evidence? Shit. In the Japanese version, she's a kid, she can't read fancy Japanese kanji. She mistook those here, which reads karai. Karai means something like splendid or gorgeous for kare, which means curry. And mistook the characters for Indo, which means something like requiem or last rites, for the words Indo, which means India. Where does India come into play? Oh, just like an Indian curry. So that's why it's gravy. That's translating that into gravely. Like, it is a little bit awkward in the English, but like that's a very solid way to make that work. Poor girl. It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, gravy. I love gravy. Translating Neil. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I didn't even manage to burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. I'm glad you are a bad criminal, Pearl. Anyway, off to jail with you. You and Maya can probably share a cell. You're small. Neither crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. Guest area? I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, if then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yeah, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Oh, Pearl. What, Larry? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. You lost powers. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. So that's what I thought happened with Mia. But it happened with Dahlia? Someone else. What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Phew. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Hot chicks become invisible in relationships? It's true. My mother has gone to a place called the penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me, "The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden." She planned all this that far out? My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? Or some moms will do anything for themselves using their kids. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. Yeah. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Thanks, Larry. Someone had opened it already. Updated burnt letter report. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother's watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Oh. Yes, Lubitz. Probably Mr. Morgan's one of the good fake clan really twist the knife. Mm-hmm. Oh, the angry Morgan. Oh yeah, Morgan sucks. Finally figured it out. Have you tried? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Thank you, Russell. So, like Morgan's execution is occurring soon. They say she's going to penitentiary. Well, they said it was her last request, so you can read between the lines for sure. But, yeah, they kind of softened it a little bit. So much comments that it's basically just that Morgan is dead. My assumption is that she's still alive, but on death row kind of thing. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I don't know anything about what's going on. Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court. Tomorrow, once and for all. Okay, thanks. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be all right, Pearls. Every little case
Nice.
is gonna be airtight. Godot, fuck yourself, Godot. Thanks. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. I don't know, try channeling her. If you can't channel her, whoop, oh, there's Maya. Ah, shit, guess she's dead. That's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Life update, it got worse. We're no longer waiting for Godot. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now you are to take the place at the head of the Faith clan. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Hee hoo hoo hee ha hoo ha. To be continued. Where the hell is Maya? Is there more investigation, or are we just going to court not knowing if Maya's okay? Great! Shoot! Well, hopefully Gumshoe kicks in the door partway through the trial and he's like, Maya's okay, pal. Shit. 9:39 a.m., lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. I see. Is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Thanks for the soup. We've seen the last stepladder and the last of Charlie Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be? But Godot. Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I know. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Nope, but I do still have a fever. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Partner. Thanks! You call us capable and partner. That's high praise. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. And they were partners. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, no, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. Also, who channeled Dahlia. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. I believe. February 10th, 10 a.m. Courtroom number 7. Wow, it looks so different. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. So, literally, no one's the same as yesterday. Prosecution, defense, and judge have all been replaced since yesterday, and we're just gonna continue the trial. Great. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Also, his brother's Canadian. They're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Cup number 1. That we know of. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Court case of Theseus? Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Coffee. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit to her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. A confession? The defendant? She's covering for her sister, who's already dead. Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Stoneham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. I said I played a part. Listen. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
But what?
Why?
Order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?
3 minutes in court, I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
3 minutes in and I'm on my 15th cup. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something.
Thank you, Godot.
Just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder.
Thank you, Godot.
Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot.
So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Damn.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris is covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket, or a bridge. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
Main family?
And that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's naming Maya!
Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
Maya Fey. That name sounds familiar. Sounds like the name of someone who should be in prison. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time.
That's why I yelled objection first. That means I get to say what I want when I want.
Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Objection, fuck you. The real murderer. Huh. Don't get accused of murder for one game. Challenge level, Maya. It's impossible. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So then that means that Maya's fingerprints should be on the murder weapon. It was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. Good night, Duke. That sounds like bullshit. Remember I thought I wouldn't be useful. Well, I wasn't sure if Maya in prison was going to come up again. And I said, chat, will this emote get used? And chat unanimously said yes in all caps. So, I listened to chat. Normally, as a rule, I never listen to chat on principle, but I did this one time. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. But I did throw away her testimony, so I can't use that as evidence. So, now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. the real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Huh? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. He didn't deny it. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. Was the staff also a blade? A cane sword? But Your Honor, I'm gay. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. Doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. A fatal strike? In France? At French time? Was it time for French? Ned Flanders diddles.gif? Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah, sure. Always. Delicious. Your Honor. Always let it roast. I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yeah, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. But you're not a judge. Okay, now, let's continue. Okay. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. Lethal weapon 4. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, all right. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this. Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. Every prosecutor thinks they're the judge. And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Just like I taught her. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Well, I'm the self-defense attorney. Look at my badge. Look at this badge. I made it myself. You can even bite it. Please don't bite it. Objection? It's hold it, not object. Why would objection work? So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Donham? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
Objection.
Look at this badgeograph. Tisk trite. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. There's more than one way to do that. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. But first, Your Honor, I'm gonna put down no, I'm gonna put down... Then we're good. I put down a little safe. Something to do with Mia. But Godot and Mia have never interacted before. What are you talking about? She threw her staff away. Oh, that's interesting. Because her staff is a sword. Thanks for the hydrate. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. It was secretly a gun. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Was I like cup number 4 or 5? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trey. Nice. The staff also was a clock. It's true. Yeah, the number of times you stabbed them is the number of time it is. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat, CQC. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Oh well. Anyway, this type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Am I just supposed to, Is her mom, lol? Your mom, lol? She's her mom. Her mother. It was the mother. Yana was the mother. The mother of the victim. The victim was the mother of Maya Fey. Yana? Lol, your mum. Take mum. Take that. Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No! not Mystic Misty Faye.
Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to?
Misty Faye is the master of the crane channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Faye.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Stoneham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it.
Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Yeah.
He pointed so hard his Google Glass exploded.
Order in the corner.
Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible, except for one little thing.
Yeah, what is this one little impossible thing?
Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to your point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
How is this man alive?
They're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor.
But do you not notice something else? His blood is 85% Tim Hortons. And then 15% coffee bean and tea leaf. Now that you mention it,
if you look closely, there appears to be a bloodstain.
Bloodstain, Curse of the Moon? Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating the crime scene. At least he's not drinking Monster Red Bull. No, he's not Sam Porter Bridges. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. I can't look behind things, Godot! Damn it!
When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
It's also a really weird pine tree. Doesn't really look like a pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? He can investigate in 3D. Were you even listening, old man?
I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Did you say it was your 8th?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Dagger added to court record. One thing I was thinking about was in that last bit of testimony, I presented the cane sword, and they were like, well, but you know, there's that's you know, the close quarters combat, sure. And it's like it was mother and daughter. It's like, oh, okay, that clears it up. It sounds like you need both. So I'm wondering how the script handles if you present the mother connection first, and they're like, yeah, but tell us about the murder weapon. When it's like, huh? That seems way clumsier if you have to do it in that order as well, than the way I did it. But anyway,
now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Japanese black pine that looks like that.
Cute girls never lie. Ever. It's just not possible. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think you can. It's the Constitution throwing away a sword. Oh, and then that leads to the connection about the mother. You're right. You might have to be in that order.
Ooh, yeah. The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. And there's definitely snow around the lantern thing there at that time. Suddenly, Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Oh, whoa, whoa. Got some blood on the lens. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Elise. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Are you slash S? Are you slash JK? That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
You JK, are you serious? The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. France. Hold France. Tell me what happened. I'm asking you to further clarify your statement, ma'am. Pasta. Spaghetti. Rigatoni. Tortellini. Tortellini. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. That's been established. Where were you? I was watching the whole thing from behind. Behind where? It was dark where the two of them were, so... Huh? I think that's why they didn't see me. Weren't there like a million torches near there?
It was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Master of CQC. Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Your Honor, Maya can't open a pudding without falling on her face. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. Wasn't her? Oh. After all, her life was in danger. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. We got her. Almost? Oh, well. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What'd you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. No innocent person could spin like that. Without their sins weighing them down. We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Donham.
Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
Yeah. I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Almost certain means it's not Christmas. The two of them faced each other for a moment, then Maya rushed straight into Elise. Then Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yeah, that's what the autopsy report says. Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. The sins make her spin faster. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes.
After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Maya stood there not moving an inch. And then she said, "No, that's not you, that's not Maya. You're actually," and then she collapsed. It felt like for a moment that time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. I'm gonna save anyway, though, even if I am confident in what is wrong. Well, what if Maya, having started her training for about 5 minutes, was like, "I'm so hungry, I'm like a Looney Tune on a desert island, and I'm hallucinating everyone I see as giant food." And she saw Miss Elise Donham and thought she was a giant hamburger, and that's why she attacked, Your Honor. Anyway, the autopsy report. Stab in the back. Stab through the back, and you're too late. I've already done this reference in this game. She saw Elise and went to Wooga Burger. I cracked it. Oh, a Wooga Burger worked? Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. By that logic, Maya eats hamburgers with fork and knife, therefore deserves the death penalty. That's true, but every time there is a hallucination on a desert island, no matter what form of food they take, they do always cartoonishly have a knife and fork in hand, whether or not it's a food you would eat with a knife and fork. Therefore, Your Honor, it doesn't constitute that necessarily they were planning on eating it with the knife and fork, merely that the knife and fork is there to present the idea that they are intending to eat the tasty food they see before them, vis-a-vis the circumstances of the... What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim who had her back to the stone lantern. Correct? Sustained. Case closed. That's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Oh. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Woo! Maybe she was stabbed in the front and then stabbed in the back, and then that's why she had to be impaled by the Shichishito. It was to hide the 2 stab wounds and make them into 1 stab wound. Eh? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Ha! It's simple.
People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? The Inner Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is there training, the stone lantern in the garden is to always be lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Didn't we literally look at the like braziers next to it and there was evidence they've been used recently? Didn't that literally happen? Most enlightening. He got a new cup just to slam it down. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No!
Doesn't feel right if he slams it empty. It's not the same.
Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Stone lantern added to court record. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood!
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
Is it because it's red? God fucking damn it.
It says Maya upside down. What the?
He's got a virtual boy on. He can't see red. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way.
No one ever tells us to discuss it.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are you all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern,
it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
my eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. No, I think it's probably caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Doten was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
He's literally shaking and pissing right now. Sister Iris' cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Did she know that Maya was Maya Fey at that time? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
My god.
Hey, Chemist, welcome back. Enjoy your kiwi. So you moved the body.
Yes.
I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined... That Elise Donen was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin. You committed a sin regardless of who the body was, but yeah.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Do I have to? Okay. Sister, sister, cover up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Did you say Maya or did you go Mya? Maya! Maya, look out! Maya! A dead body! Mya! So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't that your job as judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. She dragged the body across the bridge and stabbed the sword into it. Yep. So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did.
That's odd.
I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the Inner Temple by myself. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looked worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's what? Huh? But there's only one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the river? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Ha! Makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. That's the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. Yes. Definitely. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. I want to take you for a ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me? When has that ever happened before? The prosecution's like, huh? What are you up to now, Godot?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the Inner Temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall our comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Thanks, Godot. Okay. That saves us some time.
Mr. Godot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? It doesn't sound right. Ha! Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Or is he trying to lead us down the wrong path?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard?
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be sussed. That's what I thought anyway. And then I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. Let me go back and try the other line, just in case it's any different. It might just be the same. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Just doing it now before I forget, instantly. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. I literally didn't notice the footprints before. Not even doing a bit. I did not notice that there's just footprints going straight through the scene. That's important.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's important. Footprints in the snow. It's Jesus! When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Yeah, isn't that right? Isn't that... Where's the weather? Where's the weather? Oh. Yeah, no. It's not until 10:50. Right, because we established the snow in the time frame when the bridge burnt down? Wait, what time was the... Murder was between 10 and 11, right? Yeah. So, that doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor! I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. Coffee count infinite. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time.
I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. What?
Ha! Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger.
The Matrix? Oh. Okay. Alright. Matrix Revolutions reference, specifically. Okay. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
Yeah, I don't know.
After at least that, I call it to Mystic Maya. And it was my duty to protect the future master of Korean tradition. I removed the body myself. I dragged it across the bridge, used the snowmobile to carry it back to the temple, and I used the shishi to alter the way the wound looked. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donut.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Guilty.
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That's the end. Okay. 2005? When did Matrix Revolutions come out? It was like around that time. I want to say like 2004-ish. Save. Save. 2003? Damn. Those movies were big deals when they came out. I was too young when the first Matrix came out to see in theaters, but I saw the sequels in theaters. And it was an interesting time. By the time I reached the snow had already stopped. So what do I throw at her for this? The weather data? Or the crime photo? I guess the crime photo is only just for when she was hiding the body. Or not hiding it, just doing that. It's just the weather data? Ooh, ba-dum. Was not lit the night of the crime. Yeah. Dagger. Was being honest now. Yeah. Two was fun, great action scenes. Yeah. I remember having fun watching them. They're just not as strong as the first one, obviously. I'm just gonna throw the weather data? No? No. Your Honor, the weather report. What am I being done with? Is it less philosophical? 4 is a weird time. I liked some parts of 4, but it just kind of felt like it both... It's kind of a little bit of a deconstruction. And I don't think it's very effective at being that. And it's also not very effective at being just like mindless, dumb action. None of the Matrix movies are mindless, dumb action. They sometimes dabble in it. But my thing with 4 was like, it didn't want to be made in a good way and about it. Like, it tried to be a good, bad movie, and I don't think it succeeded. It's maybe my takeaway. I think there's some parts of it that are still kind of neat. But it also kind of didn't need to exist. Right? Like, if you've seen the 3 movies, arguably the 2 and 3 didn't need to exist. But I feel like they provided a cap. Because 1 ends with, like, he knows the truth, and now he's out to do great justice. And 2 and 3 kind of put a cap on that story. And then 4 is just kind of like, what if it wasn't over? And it's like, not only does that kind of muddy up the ending of 3, which is not a great movie, but it's fine. But, like, yeah. Yeah, 1 was fine by its own. Absolutely. The ending of 1 is great for what it was meant to be. I don't know if they got forced. I think they were making it whether or not either of the Wachowskis wanted to be involved. So then Lana was like, fuck it, I'll do it and do it my way. Rather than just knowing that without any of the Wachowskis or anyone that cared, it would just be mindless, dumb action. So like, okay, we're gonna make it ourselves. And yeah, Enter the Matrix was something. Or the Animatrix. I'm stupid. Hold on. So what's wrong with the time frame? By telling Mario to place, the snow had already stopped. Sure. That's what you'd like us to think. However, did you consider this? The kids and the glitches. Yeah, that one's neat. What am I doing? So it was snowing. It was snowing until 10:50. The murder took place between 10 and 11. Did I press both options? I did. Yeah, 1 resulted in Godot being like, there's a contradiction. And we're like, huh? Why is he helping? And the other one made this line appear. I didn't ask for a hint yet, but I might need one if I'm being dumb. Okay, my question is, do I present something to this line, chat? It seems like I'm supposed to, but I'm feeling rather dumb. No? Okay, thank you, chat. Huh. Thank you. Just shoot the judge. Your Honor? Innocent. Bang. After Mystic Elise died, I called the Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. It was weird that she knew about that, but I don't think I have evidence to prove she couldn't have known that. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And I used the shishi to alter the way the wound worked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I don't want to believe it. I don't think my logic's failing me. She's trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? Yeah, he's like, there's a reason she'd want to pin it on Maya. But I don't know what that reason is. If the murder was done by, for instance, Maya channeling Dahlia, theoretically, if that's what happened and that's why Pearl was not able to channel Dahlia herself, then Iris is covering up for her sister, who's already dead, but sure, if that's the case, he already said he doesn't want to bring out channeling because it's going to make things harder for us and the judge. I just need to point out contradictions first. Hey, Moodle McDowell, welcome. The only person that hasn't pinned the murder Maya. Charlie hasn't. Charlie's the man. So, goodbye. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crane tradition. How did you know that? I don't think that you knew. Yes, of course I did. That's odd. She was very special. That's it. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Also, if the tracks in the snow for the snowmobile were kept all that time, there would be tracks for all of this, all around the temple. But granted, the bridge burnt down, so we wouldn't have been able to photograph them. So actually, fair play. We can't prove that necessarily. But if it hasn't snowed since then, the tracks would still be there. But there'd be like cleared body dragging tracks. Probably with blood too. All around the temple. What have I missed? Hi. We're in court and I don't know. The fuck's the snow? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Which sounds very difficult to have done, but, you know, maybe. Maybe she did. Found on a tree, it was being analyzed. Stone lantern was not lit the night of the crime. I called out to Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future. I removed the body myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across the bridge. I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. I used the shishi to alter the way the wound looked. That's not a contradiction, that's just really, really weird. That she did that. Yeah, I might need a nudge. If someone thinks they have a very good nudge. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. And apparently that's not what I need to be... What you got, Pangolin? Lay it on me. Yeah, Maya did it. Yeah. Your Honor, Maya's guilty. Right, I am, but wrong statement. New statement is not a statement you need to present on. The new statement makes it evident there's a problem with something else. Oh. What time did the murder occur exactly? Wasn't it like 10-ish? Or like 10:30-ish? When did the murder happen? Because she rang the bell for lights out at 10. Then Phoenix was like, I'm gonna go to bed. And then it was like around 11, I think, was when he came to the scene in the courtyard with the body. So if it takes 20 minutes by train, it takes 20 minutes to cross the bridge, but that's when you're not dragging a body. So I don't know if I know exactly when the murder happened. Other than... It was between... We know it was between 10 and 11 because of the autopsy report. And we know that it snowed until 10:50. And the lightning struck at 10:45. So she was already across the bridge by then. Wait, but that means it was snowing when lightning struck. So that means that she did drive the snowmobile after lightning struck. How does that work? Either I'm onto something or I'm confusing myself. I use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Is this the line that I need to present something on, chat? It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your lightning is? Also no? Fuck. I was like, maybe I need to poke at this and be like, I wonder if she went somewhere else first before going to the temple, or there was another thing that happened, because on the other side of the bridge is where the orb was found. We're whittling it. I mean, yeah, we'll get there eventually. Shit. This is what happens with this game. It's either I go through it and as we're going through, I'm like, got it, and then I'm right, or I get it right for the wrong reasons, or I'm just stuck being like, none of this, I don't know what either, I don't know what anything, none of this looks problematic, it all looks fine, or there's so many problems I don't know where to start. And this is kind of more the former, where I'm like, I don't really know what the issue is that I meant to be poking out. So if it has to do with the timeline and the snow, it's like, I'm not even entirely clear on when exactly everything happened. Even with what the game has already told me, a lot of that I've already just forgore because I'm dumb, and the poo brain, but, after Mystic Elise died, I called out to Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of Korean tradition. That's sus, but I don't think that's the problem. I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. That's weird, but also not, there's no contradiction there that I can think of. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I mean, that is bizarre, but what'd you say about that? It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, I'm gonna say some random nonsense. Why not just throw the body in the river? I thought it would cast too much suspicion. I would try to take it as far away as possible. Makes sense to me. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. Right. Wait, when did she fall 10 feet? Wait, when did she fall 10 feet? I remembered something, chat. But wait, now it says body fell after death? I thought she fell and then was stabbed. When did I get that confused? I thought she fell and then was... No, because the idea was she was stabbed and then fell out of the window. I just threw my stylus. Right. It's always been stabbed, then fall. It's a big case. I mean, there's a bunch of shit going on. Is that the problem? Because there's no room for that inner testimony, so maybe that's what I need to press on. Is she should alter the way the wound looked? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Is she should alter the way the wound looked? Do I throw the autopsy report at this? Loss of blood from stab in back. We also haven't clarified how she was stabbed in the back first. Fuck yeah, let's go. Still wrong after like 20 minutes of being confused. God damn, what is it? What do they want? What do they want? My 3Ds fell 10 feet on my face by the day. That sounds like it hurt. Let's just keep narrowing it down, chat. Is this... is this what I need to present evidence to? No! God damn it! Okay, so it's not this. I've like rolled out most of the lines now. God damn, what the fuck is it? What have we said? It's not any of these last three. Oh my fucking god. This one's whack. When I don't think I'm gonna get it this way. I feel like I need a more concrete nudge. Give me a more concrete nudge, chat. I'm stumped. My head is empty. The bridge? What about the bridge? The bridge is the line? This is the bridge statement. This is where the contradiction lies? Take it to the bridge. Okay. Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. And thanks for putting up with my dumb brain. What on earth is the problem with this? It's pretty amazing you make it all the way across this regular bridge. It's not bad. And then Godot wastes our time. Why not throw in the river? I didn't want to. What do we know about the bridge? We know the bridge looks like shit. We know it burnt down real easy. We know that... Is it because it was missing planks? Like 7 years ago or whatever? So you couldn't have dragged a body across that without it falling in? But then how... What would I even present to that? I don't. Like, I don't have the bridge as evidence, so... There's the map, which is fine. I'm cooking, but I'm not cooking. I'm currently locked out of the kitchen by myself. I left the keys inside the kitchen and locked the door. So I have no one to blame but myself, but I'm not cooking right now. There's the staff, autopsy report, the photo of the tracks, the crime photo. Is the idea if she was dragged, then there'd be, like, evidence behind, or there'd be mud all over her shit? Is that... the sphere? I'm really stumped by this, and I don't know why. Yeah. The ladder, the dagger, the lantern, attorney's badge. I'm an attorney! Check it out! What do you think? I mean, I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's a I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think it's a profile, is the contradiction here. I don't see how that would make sense. But I should probably check my assumptions. Yeah. 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 Take off shoe, yeah. Bikini, yeah. Her bad back bothers her, yeah. I'm staring at a pot of burning oil. What the fuck do I do with this? My assumptions. Misty, blah, 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 blah. Defendant doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Fine. Larry. Saw an unbelievable sight the night of the crime. Yeah. Morgan. Great. Yeah, nothing. Temple map. Hanging scroll. Photo of Elise. I don't see any problem with what am I missing? Iris's hood. Sure. The weather data. Lightning struck at 10:45. Is there a problem with the chain of events? Is there any problem? Let's say that if she was killed at like 10:30, and she's like, shit, let me drag the body, and then drags it over, and then it gets hit by lightning, and Larry's like, holy shit. And then while that's happening, thank you for this, Kelly. Then she takes the snowmobile, and then around the same time is like, okay, let me fucking, there you go. This is very good. Futurama coffee episode. Oh, chat's zooming. It's getting caught up. That's fair. Thank you, Kelly. Godot is having it. It's like he's just chugging coffee. I'm sure I just forgot stuff. But I don't know exactly when everything happened, so I don't know if this is a there's literally nothing else I can think of. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. Wait, so that's the issue. It's specifically that she said the weather had stopped, and then she crossed the bridge after the lightning ended. The lightning went off while the snow was still falling. So that's that's like, fuck. Like, obviously now I know it seems obvious, but it's like, that's just like, not at all, clearly, that's not where my brain was at. Thinking about like, well, if she was tired at that time, and then it's like, okay. I'm sorry, Iris, that isn't possible. It's very specific. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop till 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Here's my badge. No! Order, order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way she could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Ah! Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? What on earth is happening? The only person here that's truly contemptible is you. He's talking to the judge? Old man. What? Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? Hyper squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. Makes you want a stroopwafel? Now I want a stroopwafel. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, try it. Maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Not exactly, no. No, there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. I mean, we've established that there's a lot of holes in her testimony, and that matters. It makes her an unreliable witness. That's important. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? That's your test.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
God damn it. God damn it.
It certainly was burned to a crisp. And one of the suspension wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, okay. I have a good inkling.
Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Well, I mean, it's the detail from much earlier that one of the suspension cables was missing. Or is it not missing? It's just dangling down. I appreciate it, Airgale. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Try it. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
I feel like Godot just spends all day on Facebook making graphics of text on, like, a flowery background. Just of all the half-baked idioms he comes up with. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. And minions. Yeah, put some minions on there, too. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. But if you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony, you said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong.
Does she really think an apology is gonna get her off the hook?
Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Mm-hmm. This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. I'm allergic to your bullshit. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. That's not how this works. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Thanks, chat. Naturally, it was, You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection.
Yeah, it was.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite.
What? No, it was a great day. It was a lot of fun. Jumped in a puddle.
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
Okay. What are you saying, that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Yeah.
I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? I mean, the idea I have in my head makes no sense. And if it is the answer, why on earth did you decide to do that rather than just not? But, you know. Yeah, just Fortnite your way across. A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Yeah, Larry.
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
I've come all this way, I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me.
I gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead.
That's what sharks do. If they don't swim, they can't breathe, because that's how gills work.
I'm like a shark. I have gills.
Sharks save their game. The body must have been confused. Way across the burning bridge. Which, because it's like this works? If I'm like, here's a way to cross the bridge, she's saying there's no way to move the body other than walking across, and also saying, is there a way to cross the burning bridge? So does it work for either, or do I have to pick the correct one to do it with? I'm sure it's fine. There's no way to move the body. No, I'll try this one. He's saying there is a way to cross the burning bridge. Yeah, sure. Where's that photo? Yeah. Hiya. You swung across like the guy from Pitfall. Like in the game why not? Why not? What am I wrong? What am I wrong about? Fuck. God damn it. This has to be the answer. What is wrong with this? Fuck. Does it have to be this line? Is it this one? No, it's not this one either. Rad! Fuck yeah, let's go! Yo, I thought it'd be a point at the picture situation. God damn it! I'm just gonna blow myself up. That didn't go so well. Your Honor, I'm an attorney. Check this out. Check this out, Your Honor. Look at this. What do you think of this, Your Honor? I think this is pretty cool, huh? What do you mean, death? What do you mean? Fuck. I saved right before this, it's fine. Hooray! Yay, we did it. Objection to myself. Fuck this, I'm out. I'm gonna go be a chef. So at least I can cook something. Hooray! Yay! Hooray! Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If that's not it, I think I gotta throw the painting over. But it's like that, Sometimes the game's like, oh, we have to establish this before you establish that. And I'm like, it only makes sense in hindsight to me. A way to cross the burning bridge. Yeah, you can fly! A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You can present on literally any statement? Good. Great. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! That's a spit take. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Stonham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stoneham. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Upside down? If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Phoenix is doing a Mia. No spoilers, Godot. God. All right, then. Let's hear the defense's theory. No spoilers, Diego. I mean, Godot. I mean, shit. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurie Stoneham is evidence of nothing. A complete contradiction. Exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the... What? That's not what I meant. I meant just turn it upside down. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. What about Trebuchet? I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, thank you. Fake out penalty. Okay, we'll try again. Jesus Christ. Just save again, I guess. God damn. Don't toy with my emotions like that, game. So which, I guess, say it's a contradiction? I'm not sure which one. I must have gotten confused. Get confused about this. Great. Now it comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I'm glad the dialogue's changed. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. All right. The sketch is evidence of nothing. It's a complete contradiction. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I really have to... Really? Really? I have to... The flying figure, naturally. I almost overthought it. It was like, is there another problem? After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? You haven't read the paper? The answer just now. It was lethal. What? That's not the... What? After dragging us all the way to this point, the answer was embarrassing. What do they want from me? It was so embarrassing, I'm actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Women do be blushing. Point to something. What? The flying woman on fire is perfectly normal. What the fuck do you mean it's normal? How do I get them to say turn it upside down? What do I do? Point to something else. Or point something else. Your Honor, please give me one more chance. What I really need to do is turn this case upside down. Flip things around and get them straight again in my head. Laurie stated over and over. How do I prove that it's upside down? The fire? But it's pointing both ways. What the fuck? What on earth? What's the problem? What do I point to? Is it obvious and am I stupid? I look harder. Is there one thing to point to? They said a thing earlier. It's a suspension bridge. And he's looking at it from below. It's just either of the ropes. Just like pointing at the rope. Like just anywhere, or is there a specific place I have to point to? Turn my DS upside down, hand to the judge. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch cut. What? What? The photo?
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the why do I have to prove that it's up? This is insane. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wire. But he saw it from underneath and from far away. And also, there's like no perspective in the drawing. Well, okay.
What?
No one in the universe is that smart. This is insanity.
Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
You saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, all right? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been in at the time. What's the natural way you would look at a burning building if you were laying on your back? Why, of course, naturally you would look upside down at it. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor.
That is the reason why the wires of the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah! No way.
Laurie Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene he saw was actually upside down. We got there. Finally. From like the moment I was handed the sketch, I was like, I think it's upside down. And it took that much time and effort to get there. God damn. 80 million words later. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurie Stoneham sketch is like this. The thing I didn't understand was I thought it pictured someone falling from the bridge, but he said they flew across, and I was like, how did that work? But now we have the other missing detail for that. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Weird, ridiculous. How does
Order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum?
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Objection. It all goes back to clocks. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. You're all taking notes, right? Everyone's doing the math? To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. All bridges are clocks, twice a day. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the criminal would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, the criminal... They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of the criminal. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? The Dusky Bridge photo?
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Oh, my beard is glorious. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donham's body.
Whoosh. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. What the fuck?
Ha!
It's a lot of coffee in there.
Mr. Godot.
He's still working on it.
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question.
You didn't ask her. You just said Mr. Godot.
It seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. I suppose that's not an impossibility after all.
There's still coffee? He must have got a new cup.
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen?
Trite. That means, was it possible? I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Is that where the bruises came from? Because they said it was a 10-foot. No, he said it was a 10-yard rope, not a 10-foot rope. Unless she fell 10 feet after crossing the bridge? What other evidence that the body was swung like a pendulum could I possibly have? They did say that she was wearing a hood. And she wears a hood, so that does check out, even though she'd be swinging through the air. The tracks photo, the crime photo. Is there evidence that she was swung by a pendulum? Like a pendulum? Oh man, her body went through it, huh? This is rough. The burning letter, the dagger, the stone lantern, the dusky bridge shot. Unless is the evidence just meant to be the dangling rope here? I think it's either the dangling rope or it's the autopsy report, but I don't know which. They really wanted to kill her. I mean, she was already dead. Yeah, a lot of corpse desecration. Slightly thinking. I'm trying. Stabbed, tied, bruised, stabbed again. Seeing pendulum summons. Is it, chat, is it either the Dusky Bridge photo or the autopsy report? Is it one of the two? It is. As far as we know. Okay. One of those. I don't know which one they want. I mean, it's gotta be the photo. Because even if this is how the bruises happened, that doesn't mean... You can't be like, those bruises were caused by being a pendulum. So I'm gonna say it was the photo. Again. Here's the proof. Why don't you go swing yourself around like a pendulum, Trite? I think you should think that over again, Mr. Wright. It's nice when they don't spend too much time thinking of a witty retort. I suppose we've gotten used to your mistakes. Ow. Cool. How can you point at bruises and be like, this was caused by pendulum? What on? Wait, the fuck? Here's a toast to your ever so classic clueless look. Okay, how about the autopsy? God, I'm out of health. Jesus. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. That's where the amethyst was. The amethyst was up on top, though. It wasn't like down below where the path might have been.
Let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again.
If the body was pushed from this point here, whee, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I've evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. But what kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but it came back loose and fell about 10 feet. How would... Ledge on this side, ledge on this side. It swings and goes above and then falls down? Momentum, no problems. The bridge is a slope. Bad knot tying. Sure. Okay, fine. Thanks, Takumi. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Donham's staff. Circus case level bullshit. Bad knot tying or god tier knot tying. Even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
The crystal was found? Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor.
It has KPNG slide over the catch on the bus. Takumi doesn't know physics. That's fair. Looney Tune physics is the only type of physics we need. And the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Maybe it was, I mean, it likely didn't fall perfectly straight. Maybe there was a bit of a curve to it. So in that case, it could have swung up above and then landed on top. That's what I'm gonna, that makes sense to me.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You've provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
What was that noise?
Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. But what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
It's cold?
No, that was a figure of speech. It's scalding hot, baby. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite.
Get third-degree burns, idiot. You bozo. You forgot about one thing.
And what would that be? The aroma.
Huh? He cleaned up quick.
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. Save my game. Because I'm low on HP, because this has been bullshit. Your Honor. This is kangaroo court, Your Honor. Hippity hop. Like a kangaroo. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright.
Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Iris.
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Ah! But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony?
On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand? Her real name is... Dick Gumshoe. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time.
Dahlia Hawthorne? Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. What the fuck? How? What? How? When did? And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps.
This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. You just had that at the ready? She's channeled. Yeah, but who? And when? And how did... Oh yes, that case. I remember 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Guilty of murder! The honor's all mine.
No, that was mine.
Me.
But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what?
Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Just want to look at this for a second.
But what?
Order. Oh, wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. God, when did this happen? No, it okay, yeah, no. It's been, yeah, no, okay, it just clicked. The crane channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe in coincidence like that just happened? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business?
Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What?
Toby, Professor.
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Yep. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
No, she hasn't. That's why I was confused, because that's what I had assumed. Except for when the earthquake happened and she ran to the inner temple and was like, here I am. And that's when 5 or 4 more locks appeared on the door. Okay, alright. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Yeah, it's my brand. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely around. Edgeworth.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Yeah, Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might.
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. Ah, fuck. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh, that voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Thank you, Godot. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Age deceased. Yesterday, and Iris was talking about how it was all her fault that Dahlia went into crime. It's just Dahlia being unwilling to admit her own mistakes and wrongdoing. Chat mentioned Dahlia being a phase why she recognized me immediately in case 4 during their first meeting. Oh. Age skeleton.
Ha!
Age, spooky season.
So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. That has a scary face.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. To be continued. Jesus Christ. Okay. Come on. Yep. All right. Yeah. Hooray. Want to be my GF again? 1:06 p.m. Quorum number 7. And then we never knew what happened. The end. So much more. Is there a lot left? Jesus Christ.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge? It's very beefy, my God.
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth,
this case never ends.
we'll need to hear your testimony.
Thanks for the bits, Box Novel. Books. I have no problem with that. Like and a half. Oh, we're fine then.
But when you have seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Mm-hmm. Did I refill my health with it being a save thing?
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Oh, good. The end.
So that means you really are?
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes.
You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's my rule. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's my rule as well.
To kill Maya?
Could it be true?
Oh, no. It's her theme instead. They did not refill my health. God damn. The whole plan began with my death. Mm-hmm. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Oh! How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
So did she get taller? Stop, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. I want to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A plan? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan to install her own daughter as master. Just fucking hang till dead, yeah. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Dahlia is real. As though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Goddamn, girl! You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya would first have to die. Uh-huh. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. I didn't realize this game was going to be fitting for spooky season. Happy October, chat. Good. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in the case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why'd you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. I mean, according to the core record, you're the backstabber. But, yeah, okay.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Leave her the bits. She's mad about her mother and never got any love from her father. In the Japanese, more closely means thrown away and neglected. Oh yeah, that definitely tracks in the English text as well. She's like a movie theater she projects. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl. That's absurd. Maya's just sleeping and hungry for burger. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Feeny?
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Yeah, no, I was told that by your sister. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why! Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say?
So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? No. Why did that work? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence.
I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well.
That's... okay, what evidence? Which one? When? When did? I have a couple ideas. Maybe. My badge!
Ooh, my badge.
Just gonna kill Maya and then have a blame on eyes. The plan went wrong. It seems obvious anyway. You understand why I would kill Maya now, what my goal was. Thank you for that. Any other tropes you got? Am I supposed to find a contradiction? Simply hatched by Morgan Fate to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya would have to die. Would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, seems to have succeeded anyway. You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now what my goal was. What did he say about this? Because you were helping Morgan. Helping. I never helped anyone. I did it for me. She wasn't actually cooperating. She was using Morgan to accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya. Revenge. I have to present that piece of evidence. The evidence for Cusco. Oh, Cusco's evidence. I was gonna tell map, police, how's his hood, weather data, Shito, snap, on task report. Yep, that's one. Right. Show him with Jesus. Crime photo. The sketch, the sphere, and the talisman. A burnt letter. Gravy roast. What? When? Hash my Martin and start Omar's next master. For work, Maya would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong. It seems to have succeeded anyway. You understand why I would kill Maya now? What my goal was? What? What? She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. So I need to get more info from her. Why'd she want to kill Maya? I don't know. Because back with the case with Dahlia and Phoenix eating a vial of poison, Maya was completely out of the picture. Had nothing to do with anything. So, what motive does she have for wanting Maya dead? She was defeated by Maya in burger eating. That could have happened. Yep. Yep. Nice cousin, channeling prodigy. I mean, is it because, well, Pearl is supposed to, she's Pearl's stepsister. Why would she, I'm close. Am I? You don't? I don't know what that, I'm sure. Bikini. Bad backbouser. Elise. But she hate her because she's the daughter of the master? She doesn't care about any of that, does she? I don't know. This OC string, it's so good. Maurice, Francisca, Miles, yeah, Dahlia, yeah. Why would she hate Maya Not even Phoenix. Specifically Maya. I don't know. I don't know. Was this Misty Mother Pearl and Iris and Stark and yeah. Who stepped in and got her jailed? Wasn't it Mia? Or was it Phoenix? Now I'm getting it all confused. Mother of Pearl. Maya stole all her magazines. Mother of Pearl filed on the poop deck. I'm beginning to crave emote. I just forgore. Imprison us. It didn't even help me, chat, because the poo brain is set in. We're 4:44 in the stream. I got nothing but poo in my brain. Alright. I'm on my own, and I'm stumped. This is a bad combination. Just saying I kill Maya. What my goal was. No, I don't. That's the problem. I'm just gonna go through all the pressing again. See if anything stands out to me. You were executed last month. Yep, hanged. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk to Morgan? We were moved to the same detention center. It was easy to meet with her. I see. That's what you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was trying to kill me as well, even though I'm my own daughter. I'll make Pearl the master. She's a cold woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor, the honor she lost when her younger sister took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Yeah, Morgan, I got her motive cut and dry. That's all fine. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned. Abandoned? The only person I ever cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance. I convinced my father to leave her at the temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money to go around. On top of that, my father's not just children in general. Okay. How horrible. Your horrible one was that woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams on that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams having their bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For a bloodline to succeed, making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants would have to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to that. But Pearl doesn't matter. Only person zero is the master, that is all. That's ridiculous. She's willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal, the life of her daughter, and the life of Maya as well. How could anyone do that? This is all things that I knew. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. You weren't going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. But she didn't. Someone else did. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister, on Iris. She and I looked identical, no one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya... If Dahlia cares so little for Iris... No, never mind, that was all Dahlia. I was like, why was Iris trying to cover for Dahlia by pinning the blame on Maya? It's because that was Dahlia, when that was happening. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. Now, I guess she was going to return to Hazakura Temple, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your sister. Twin sister? Nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Is that because of the jewel heist? She considers her a backstabber? The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Is that? Yeah. I don't know if that's anything I can present about that. What happened? Map. Scroll. Yeah. I wish they removed more shit from your inventory when you didn't need it anymore. I mean, I get it. Because sometimes things come back in weird ways. But it's like, I have so many pieces of evidence to go through. Yeah, I don't know. The plan went wrong, seems to succeed anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. That title the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. That's cool. Thanks. You're saying when I kill Maya Fey, not what my goal was. No, I really still don't. This didn't help me at all. Because you're helping Morgan. Helping? Don't make me laugh. The just one I know work for me. Me. You know. Her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. What did she need revenge for? Is it revenge for her being imprisoned? What would Maya have to do with that? Revenge? I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. So it sounds like I got to present something on her last line of dialogue there that ties with why she wanted revenge. I know I already saved, but I'm gonna double safety save. Because I'm almost assuredly gonna get this wrong. But I'm operating under the assumption that there's a piece of evidence I need to throw at her right here, but I have no idea what. I have no idea what. Let's go through them. I'm an attorney. Here's my badge. I got a Magatama. New year, new me. I don't think she would care about her going and trying to become the new master. Or, unless is the idea that she she should be mad at Morgan, and she is. I'm like thinking like, if Misty ruined Morgan's life, who then ruined her daughter's lives, and then Maya is going to inherit the title of master, then it's the... Thank you, Shiv. Appreciate it. Then it's the master's fault. It's like Maya is responsible for how her life turned out to be so bad, but she's smart enough to know that it's Morgan's fault. She's mad at Morgan. It doesn't make sense for her anger to have shifted over to Maya. Nay, I don't know what that's in response to, but I don't. I can understand her being mad at Misty and wanting to kill Misty. That, I'm like, that's fine. I don't have any major issues with that, but I have no idea why she wants to kill Maya. And I'm probably just forgetting something, because that's what I do. It's kind of my thing. Receiver lights out, and then reports me spirits. Oh, she's responsible for the weather. She wanted to date Thor. The Shichishito, it's not the murder weapon. Yep. Victim's staff, no one knows about it except for Gumshoe and I. Well, not anymore. Okay. Among Us! Shit. Lots of blood from stab in back. This other thing is we don't know exactly how that happened. But that's fine. I believe that Dolly would have stabbed her in the back. Taking that night, the tracks photo. This is why she wanted to kill Maya. That's why. Thanks for the hydrate. I'll do that in a moment. I'm gonna kill Maya. And then why did they make it... there's so much I'm still confused about. That's fine. A crystal sphere. I mean, I guess it having blood on it's not necessarily suspicious. It just meant to evoke that there was foul play outside of the temple. I don't know if it's necessarily important. There's blood on there. Crane talisman worn found in the garden of the inner temple. Yep. Maybe I have to throw this out to be like, it was Misty that you were mad at. I guess? I don't know. Nothing, literally nothing jumps out at me. Which was the case many times before. This time I would kill my, Once night falls, as soon as you hear the lights up, I must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is blank, she's our ally. There's a picture, use it with the channeler, I know you can do it. Burn the thing, also make sure not telling over this letter. Greatly roast the master in the fire's haze to bring about our friendship to fruition. Sure. That's all what Morgan cares about. What do you care about? Yourself. Not being imprisoned, probably. I got fucking nothing, chat! I got fucking... What's the hint you got, Shiv? What's the hint you got? I got nothing. I'll take that hydrate. Hydrate my brain. My poor, poor brain. My one brain cell. It's a profile, not evidence. Okay. Thank you for that. So I abandoned the idea of it being a profile because Phoenix was like, time to present. Wait, did he say that evidence? Or did he just say that? Did I just misread him? I thought he said that evidence. This doesn't really matter, but I just kind of want to know. She was using Morgan. Revenge? He did say evidence! Miracle! How you doing? I had no choice but to present that piece of evidence, and by evidence he meant profile. Hi Nicole. How you doing? We're really deep in the final case of this game. I'm losing my mind. We're in emo-only mode. And I'm desperately scrambling because I don't have a single thought in my brain. I hope you had a great stream. No, it's gone. My mind is gone. Don't worry about it. But thank you for... I hope you had a great stream, Nicole. So... What was my... what? What's that sample on evidence that's not missing? Mia. Are you mad? Are you just mad at Mia? And so you want Maya dead? Why? Is that it? Pearl? Is it because Pearl likes Maya? But you don't, you literally, Godot, I don't think she has, well, I mean, she might have a connection to Godot, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think these are the bits. Gumshoe, Bikini. I don't think Bikini's in there. Misty. Why would you kill her? Because of Misty. Fuck it, I'm throwing me at her. Why? What? Why? What? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with my... How would I know? What the fuck? How would I ever... I only got there because of like an hour and a half of thinking about it and chat nudging me very explicitly in this direction. What on earth? I guess we'll find out. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. No, I did not at all. I wanted to send her a message. She's dead, what do you... It was at her hands I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. How was I supposed to draw that conclusion? From her saying, Did you figure out my motive for wanting Maya dead? What do you mean it's fucking obvious? What do you mean it's fucking obvious? Several cases, everyone in chat's just upset with what on earth? It's okay. I'm just gonna play the game, chat. Talk amongst yourselves. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. I'm just gonna explicitly ignore chat from now on. I'm sorry. I just gotta play the game. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
That night.
At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Oh no! Oh no!
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all.
Maya would never stab a French... Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of what actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You're in the cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there.
How'd you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What?
Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the cavern. It was probably Pearl with her gravy bucket. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. This also explains why she knew nothing about the burning bridge and a bunch of stuff she should know about. If she has a gap in her memory. And I locked her away in my place. With a lot of locks. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Thank you for the bits, Universal. No way! Yeah. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Get the sense I'm gonna have to do a finger point, and I'm just gonna, you know, make sure that I don't explode. Just in case. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Oh, that's where she is. No, I was wrong. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So what do you have to say now? Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. No, let it play. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. But was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just got finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. Huh, what? No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! You're 100% dead.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
No, that's it? Okay, sure.
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha!
Hi, Godot.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's actually a real saying that I've heard of.
No matter how improbable it may seem. But what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth?
How did Godot figure this out before Phoenix?
Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the Inner Temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trey. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself in the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the Inner Temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this
Jesus, I should have saved again. Is it the map? Yes, the map. Take that. Take map. Take map.
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the Inner Temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map.
Every time I look at it, oh yeah,
As you can see, below the cliff on the Inner Temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! Ha! So you finally figured it out. You... No! Order, order.
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Okay, now I'm gonna save again. I wasn't expecting this game series to pull the same card twice. Of like, there's nowhere that thing could be. And the answer is it's in the courtroom. Cause that was stupid once. Fool me once with that, shame on you. You know? Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? It can be stupid twice, that's true. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. Where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Yep. In the Inner Temple and Hosgore Temple, in this very fucking courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very room. She's behind the judge. She's like, hello. I was back here the whole time. What? Maya Faye is here?
She's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Isn't there any explanation? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now. Am I right? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. It was you. It was Iris. That person was Maya. Take that. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fay is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya! What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fay. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path to the Inner Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All along, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you! No! Don't say that! You're saying that I was played for a fool by that little whelp? Yeah. Maya Fay killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out of the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh! Mia! Wait, has Pearl been in here the whole time? Has Pearl been standing next to Phoenix the whole time? And Dahlia's like, why? I'm channeled by Pearl, of course. And Pearl's just standing right there, not saying anything. Mia Fay! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hi, Godot. How you doing? So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. I didn't think about the detail that the hair stays the same, which would explain why Dahlia's hair is black instead of for like her normal. I wasn't sure about that. That's you had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes.
Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. That we know of. Whee! You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but I did eat a bunch of glass that one time. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Welcome back, thank you. Glass sandwich. The crunch is where all the flavor is. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Those murders, they were pretty funny before. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You've let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Faye? Mia Faye? You spinster? Now the worst you could do? I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. Yeah, alright. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Ghost fight, ghost fight. Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there's no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Holy shit, and for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You. Ooh. You're wrong. She's doing it with the SpongeBob meme. It can't be. Oh, how could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. Now I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Aye! Oh yeah. Oh yep. Yep. How you doing there? Oh, ew! Oh no! Happy Halloween! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh no! I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Ghost fight! Ghost fight! What the fuck? Is that a Magatama? Ah, it is. Ghost Fighter, Mia, what are you doing? Get the Ghostbusters on it. She's back.
Nice.
Thanks for the biz. Hooray! Nick. Sis. Need burger. Oh. They made a sprite for that? Okay, well. I guess no one's gonna go help her. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Oh, okay, sure. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor, and also Ghost Surreal. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. That's not as catchy as, was it, Bridge to the Turnabout? That's not as... Ah, thank you. Appreciate it. Morgan's extremely fucked up. I'll get caught up on alerts once we're done. Thank you. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Hey, Stod. How you doing? No, don't call me. I'm bad at both of those things. Well, to be frank, my younger brother's quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Crane channeling technique. He's just reading the magazine with an ad in it for a retreat to a mountain resort. That's not... Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. Nah, that's not true. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What?
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. It's not? What?
Trite.
Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? AceAttorney.jpg. Yeah. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Thank you. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yeah, I guess we still don't know exactly how Misty was stabbed in the back or how a square around the lantern was cleaned up. But does that really matter at this? We've left other details behind in the past. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. I also don't know why it was set up to look like that. Elise don't know Misty Faye.
But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over!
Coffee. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
But we proved she wasn't there. And that I was her demon sister. Wait.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious?
There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya?
You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. Hope she was given a burger. First, we'll take a brief recess. Jesus Christ. You are not kidding, chat. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover her before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
Where is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer.
I also don't think much of you as a man. I don't think much of you as a human being. In fact, I don't think much of you. I also don't think. What were we talking about?
It's always the same with you.
Thank you for the hydrate.
You somehow managed to just squeak by without even the faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve. That is pretty accurate, though.
That's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
What about me currently standing next to him?
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Whee! February 10th, 2:56 p.m. Defender lobby number 1. Number 1, baby. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right.
When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh?
If you tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday,
you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yeah, but
it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. Yeah, it's true. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. You talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's half-sister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
Sorry, I ate some jam before we came out here.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people?
You must mean, yes, 2 defense lawyers. Mia Faye and Diego Armando. after poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. I did eat that necklace. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. All right, let's do this as you said. Pendulum time. What a great backup plan. I mean, I kind of get Iris having a cell phone. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. What? I just assumed they tied it to her. I knew it. The actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. Where did Dahlia get a phone? A cell phone. And how was that their play? I mean, I guess it was Elise's phone? But then how would she have Iris? I guess she might have just known Iris number. I mean, whatever. It's fine. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff update on the court record. Okay. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you later. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Goodbye. Iris never forgets her phone. True. Right. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. They wafted a burger beneath her nose. And she's back to normal. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. Do I? That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the criminal was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Because Mia won't help me. Jesus Christ. Yowza. Okay. All right. I'm committed to finishing it tonight. Just might be a little bit. 3:36 p.m. Courtroom number 7. Hey, Godot.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon
That Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Thank you for the bits. Thank you for... I'm supposed to ignore that. Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible.
However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger.
Then whose was it?
Dagger updated.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. law offices.
Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this moment, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
Thanks, Godot. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Chill, Godot.
But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Okay. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Okay. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff?
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick. I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it wasn't an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. I wonder why. At the inner temple. Beep-a-doop-doo-doo. I don't have a lot of HP. They expect you to do all this without refilling your health once. My God. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Kablam. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. I was really having a hard time. What should I do? Press her harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well.
So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Very good. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was gonna lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances.
She had a thought. What did you do then? She had a good thought. I think I screamed, "Help me!" You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark, I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thought this person might attack me, anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press for more details? What did she scream? So you're certain you screamed, "Help me"? I think so. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's gotta be what I screamed.
Ha! Is it all that strange trite for it to have screamed, "Help me"?
No, but something about that bugs me. Why would you face someone that's trying to kill you and go through the trouble of screaming for help? What?
All right then, witness. Go on with your testimony.
Oh, okay. Let me go back to this. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Beep, boop, boop. What about your last hope?
Wait a minute, Maya.
What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh, what? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Mine's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming at to for help. Ah! Well, what is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? What? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker was another person? I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond.
That's what I always say. He says it constantly. A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Even that's what everyone who has ever been here does. Witness, this information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man, specifically a man, behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. The lantern was lit? A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden.
Yeah.
They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Then something warm splashed over me. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. Is she saying that's when Miss Donim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. That's when I lost consciousness. Thanks for the hydrate. So what happened next? I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
Nope. Haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 3 years now. When she hides something, I can tell by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. That's all we get? Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I was visiting this garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern, and something warm splashed over me, and I lost consciousness. Staff, report, stab in back. I mean, that would check out if that's when she got stabbed in the back. But then Dahlia's testimony was that she was channeled by Elise, went to confront Maya, and then she said that she stabbed Maya, and that's when she passed out. And Maya's saying that Elise, basically, Elise's body was then stabbed at that time. Okay. Daylight night, tracks photo. The crime photo. There's Gush. Yeah. Crystal sphere. The talisman. Don't know how the talisman got way over where it wound up, but that's fine. Yeah. The dagger. Blood doesn't match the victims. Yeah, that also is weird. So the actual murder weapon might still be the sword? What did it say on the sword? The actual weapon used to murder the victim. Sure. So whoever was behind her used the cane sword. How would they even know about that, though? I don't know. Because this is what Dahlia said she used, right? Was the dagger. Not the cane sword? Do you know about that? Trying to remember everything. This rich photo. The stone lantern was not lit the night of the crime. Well, yeah, then okay, then there you go. Let's try that first. Lantern. No light, Your Honor. Light didn't. France. Your Honor, France.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man? He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! I like that she's A-posing even in the wide shot.
Order in the court, Mr. Godot. Explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir.
That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon.
Your Honor, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
Spoony Bard reference.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick! May I recall the witness's statements about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of the attacker in front of her. No!
Order, order, order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright?
Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing?
How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. What? Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Just time out. Yeah, no, I'm definitely following. In the last part of the trial, I felt like I was one step... Other than when I was confused about Dahlia's motivation. I felt like I'd figured things out. Like, I figured out that it was Maya who had channeled, intentionally or not, that Dahlia's walking around with her body. I figured that out not too far into there. This time, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck anything is. Even Phoenix is like, yeah, no, I know who the killer was. And I'm like, I don't know who on earth. What are we talking about?
It was Larry!
It was pitch black. So what could the witness see?
I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maybe Phoenix did it. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Yeah, no, I definitely know. It was Godot! Maybe? He wasn't there that night. Who was there that night? It was Pearl. That person was you. That person was you. It was you, Dick Gumshoe. The night of the murder. In terms of people that we saw, men that we saw, Phoenix was there. I think that's it. I don't think there were any other men that night that we knew of. So I don't know if there's evidence that points to who done it. Or someone that Maya would be so adamant to defend. Who killed her own ma? I don't. Maybe there's evidence rather than a profile. Maybe it was the gravy came to life as a gravyman, powered by a thirst for vengeance. Unless what else we got? The hood right there. I did it. It was me. I mean, that's what I'm thinking in terms of like, who would Maya be like, no, don't worry about it. Because she cares about Nick. But how is that even possible? Or isn't it? I got nothing, man. This music's gonna live in my dreams. In my nightmares. What am I missing? Is this obvious and I'm being dumb again? If we were to unemote, would chat immediately just be yelling, "It's so obvious, how do you not?" Nay, yay, nay. Okay. Okay, wait, wipe the chat. Chat, question for you. We'll wait till the yeas and nays stop. I have a yay or nay question, chat. Do I need to present a profile? Yes. Okay. Okay. Because I was like, maybe there's like something that evokes a person. So it really is one of these people? What the hell? Yeah, shit. Thank you, chat. Who did she see in the darkness? Miles was still out of the country, wasn't he? 1 + 1 = 2. I do not know. Of the choices, it could be Dick Gumshoe. Doesn't make any sense. He wasn't there. What? He has no motive. Whatever. Godot. I mean, I should ignore wasn't there because clearly whoever was there. What motive does Godot have? Possibly is mad about what happened with Mia. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Larry, he's a piece of shit. We all hate him. It'd be funny to say that he did it. I don't think he's capable of stabbing someone through the back in cold blood, but you know, there's that. And then Miles was out of the country. So who in the fuck? Also, Larry painted a picture from across. He has an alibi, basically. So unless it was not a man, and if it wasn't a man, I also still don't know who it could have been. So that basically just leaves Godot for questions I don't understand. I don't. Because it was pitch black. Oh. Because it was dark. Something that perhaps emits light. And there was a blackout earlier in the game. that establishes that, yeah, no, that does, yeah, forgot about that detail. Excuse me? Godot did it? Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
I can't believe I got that right? First try? Even if it was basically a guess. The defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. It's the bailiff standing next to the switch. Oh boy! I love getting to do this.
What? This is, but it can't be.
Ha. Oh, that's spooky as hell. Happy Halloween! That was a nice bit of deduction, Wright. Oh, the lights are on a dimmer switch. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Why would he even be there?
Order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing? Why aren't you denying it?
I didn't think he was the murderer. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
Or why Maya would so diligently be wanting to defend him? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? There are 3 lights.
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. God damn it. Yes? You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What?
It's cause he was singing the song. It goes, I'm a man, I'm a manly man. I'm a man, that's what I am.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... What the fuck is happening? And why would Godot be like, we can't leave till we find out who the killer is? And now we're like, you're the killer? What the fuck? When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Uh-huh. Men be doing the moving snow around, that's true. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the criminal was a man.
God forbid men do anything. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. The killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. The manly urge to dick. It burns, a powerful fire that burns within all men. So you lost consciousness when you're in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that carried you into the inner temple
Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Need to remember to ask her again on that line. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. Gondor called for aid. The beacons were lit. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. But if it was dark before, how did you know it was I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? And it's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Why would Maya want the body moved? And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. My brain is mashed potatoes. Watered down mashed potatoes. If you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow, it did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. Not just the front, where there was blood and writing, all around it. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. But there was a knife nearby with blood on it. Presumably Maya had blood on her clothes. There was plenty of other blood, perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. Yes, that's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Why does that... Men like working in grids. What do you want? It makes perfect sense. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. In Minecraft. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene, but for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. How often do you think in grids? Constantly. When you enter a room, are you thinking about how it would fit on a grid? Say to rebuild it in Minecraft? So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Well, there's an obvious contradiction there. Because for my sake, the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. Nothing happened. The end. They did it for you? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Crane killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? The torches were lit and the body was gone. So that's the... Okay. The killer suddenly went through a lot of trouble moving the body and all that. Yeah, okay. Alright. I really, really, really appreciate that they were like, I'll press her once I have more information. Because otherwise we've been like, oh, huh? What? And then stuck for a long time. Yeah. I've been going long enough, I gotta charge the DS again. There we go. Okay, he did it for my sake. Yeah.
If that was the case, Your Honor, then how come...
Oh, never mind. The body of Elise Donan was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that still seems somewhat odd.
And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. Ah, fuck. And then earlier he was like, what? There was blood on there? And he seemed really upset about... Oh, man. Ah, shit. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. And that's also why he did the entire area around the lantern, is because he wasn't sure which part had blood and which didn't. So he just cleaned up a lot of it. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't he wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloodied writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Yeah, I mean... I kind of want to say the wrong answers just because it'd be funny. R.I.P. bozo. I want to go back to jail. The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it. The killer wrote it. There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini in a bikini. It's because the killer is the one who wrote it. Huh? Too bad, Mr. Wright. Don't you remember the testimony of that rather pathetic viral woman? I think I was stabbed. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on Maya. I thought you wanted to finish. Yeah, but I also thought it'd be funny to say the wrong thing, and it kind of was. So. Ha! You and Dahlia. I'm not sure which one of you is more pathetic. Ugh. I've got to recall everything I've seen and heard up to this point. The answer's there somewhere. Just remember. Use your brain. I know it's because he wanted to pin the crime on Maya. There's only one reason. One as obvious as Jean Armstrong in a thong on the Riviera. Oh, merci. The killer was trying to pin the crime on Maya. Huh? Nick, I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you this, but if the killer had meant to put the blame on me, then why didn't the killer leave the crime scene as it was? Oh. Once again, you've been pointing that finger where it doesn't belong. Ugh. Not my pointer finger. I love pointing with that.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear.
Is it? I see no room for misinterpretation. The court finds the defendant, Iris, guilty. To go that far and be like, well, Iris is guilty is kind of amazing. Sucks to be you. Phoenix is like, I thought I had it. I don't know. My bad. Shit. Oh my god. Yeah, we're quite far removed from thinking Iris was responsible. He didn't notice. You ever look at red text? If you wear like red, blue 3D glasses, Your Honor, and then try to look at red or blue ink, it's tricky.
Prosecutor Godot,
Earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice.
did he?
Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Normal? And who would that be?
Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Yeah, dude, Your Honor, I'm gonna point my finger across the room again. For the second time at Godot. For the same exact reason as last time.
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense.
This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Yeah, it was weird how he phrased that. Not just weird that he didn't notice. It was, Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? I can't believe this came back to be extremely important. But, you know, that's Shoot Takumi for you.
Don't play games! The blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron!
He can't see Phoenix's tie. His tie is more of like a magenta than a red. So he can see that just fine. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you couldn't see the red lighting on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Oh yeah, he doesn't drink red tea, does he?
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. Can't drink what's invisible. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. I'm not just pointing my finger. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however.
Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer?
Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Nice. Thank you for the bits. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If they wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take just that area?
Yes, why didn't they take just that area?
Ah,
Could it be?
yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. They would have been able to see fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Hold it. Wait, just wait a minute.
Maya. What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection. Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago.
After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya.
Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're gonna hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But that little girl was there at the inner temple, too.
After the incident.
Yeah, I guess it was Iris. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Oh, good.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya.
You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ha!
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot?
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. Okay. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. Pearl's had a gun and caffeine? Correct. Where did you... Yeah, so Gumshoe cheers her up by giving her a gun, and Godot cheers her up by giving her coffee. And she's running around with a mug of coffee and a gun going, woo! Yeah, that checks out. Where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
Even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donan. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said that she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. Nuh-uh. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? While we're throwing out one bit of procedure, just throw out the rest. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. He says that constantly. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot, he found Pearly first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out! You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly! I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. He gave her coffee! He gave the 9-year-old a cup of coffee. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donan. Pearl wanted her coffee black, probably. She's the hardest character in here. Uh-huh. He probably had at least 17 thermoses. Pearl was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around, couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Where was Godot? He must have already been there. How do we prove that? How would we ever prove that? What am I overlooking? The tracks. The crime photo. Mary sketch. Crystal sphere. The talisman. Yeah. The burnt letter. The dagger. Photo. The stone lantern. Yeah. Shrouded in mystery. Where do you think Pearl was? In the spare prep room in the training hall is really can't into the room. Why should she go to the temple in the first place? Pearl's supposed to be worried about Maya. Pearl's supposed to be channeling her, she couldn't do it. That's what they did at the temple. However, Dolly Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donut. Right. That's when she looked around, couldn't find anyone. The gravy had coffee in it, or the coffee had gravy in it. Just start something. Look, you know, vampire several times. Two treasures, and the storage shack. Was looking for other people, but she really examined the storage shack all that carefully. If it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. That means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Sure. You can't prove that he was there, though. Next day when the bridge was fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearl stayed to the sound of them working on the bridge. No, she was tired. At least no, she had one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne was busy battling the trip lock. It was inside the cave. Yeah. And those are the pearls. But after the bridge was finally fixed. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. Hey, it's your birthday too. Happy birthday! It was the first time in the inner temple saw Mr. Godot. Am I imagining this? They asked me a question. Right. Yeah, okay. Okay, so, what do you have to say? Was that your first time? Hot nights and hotter coffee. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. So he's just like, nope. He never visited Hazagor Temple or the Inner Temple. You want to say something? I have to find a crack in his armor. So there's nothing there. Please go on with your testimony. Policeman came over that side of the bridge. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what she said. Godot's not right. There's nothing there either. Godot's investigation. I knew I forgot something. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Wait, what? What did he say that was weird? What did he do? I'm gonna go back. Bomb. I'm dying of lack of burger. No, I'm alright. I will continue. Okay, his investigation. So he said he saw Elise after she was dead? Is that what he said? Misty Faye. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Oh, he's saying he saw the scroll of Misty. Gotcha. Okay, I see. He's not saying he saw her after she was dead. He's saying he saw the scroll. So, yeah, there's your contradiction. Good. Great. Alright. He found Pearl up and cheered her right up. Grave ejection. Your Honor, that statement contradicts the what? What? But I have to confront him on that without... What? Is it this line? Try it again? Okay. But that's the line that gave me the... Fine. Mr. Godot. Thanks for the soup. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? It's a photograph! What are you smelling, Your Honor? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that there was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Is there something in the letter? Once night falls, blank should be there? I mean, maybe that's referring to Godot? As long as you near the lights up, Billy must channel her spirit, lay everything up to her. Should ally the whole as picture user. This is burn. Also make sure not to tell anything about the letter. I mean, that makes sense to me. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Thank God. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Oh yeah, also that detail. Forgot about that. Yep, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Getting it right for the wrong reason, let's go! And you're saying this crafty killer is me? Oh my goshness! Be careful, little German boy! This Ace Attorney game is filled with... Oh my god! This game is full of my assumptions! You bet I am. But you just said the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. It's filled with Frogger. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. And when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? It could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot? He's full of Margaret Mahagan. Order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, cool, I got it. For the same reason as Dahlia, just from a different angle.
This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. It was Gumshoe. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Is it one of his rules?
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot.
For the same reason, huh? It all goes back to meow!
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very shrimple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Is Gumshoe. Meow!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her.
What?
That was when you were a defense attorney. What? Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
How can... Chat, but they're different people. What?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise.
I still have internet. Yeah. We back? Okay, I just pulled up my own stream. Hi. Hey, chat. How you doing? I'll just hang here for a minute. We're back. Hooray! I love when I get to stitch together a really long VOD. Thanks, Twitch. Shit. Well, that'll be fun. Anyway, hi. Hello. The real where's Twitch. I didn't lose internet. I was still able to see chat the whole time. It just crapped out. Anyway, I'll give everyone a sec to come back. Welcome back. I'm mad. It seems like every time I do a long stream, there's an issue like that. And then because I don't like breaking up the VODs, I'll have to now download and render really long VODs because Twitch decided to break. Yeah, it was Dahlia. She possessed the stream. All right, this is getting good. We're back. The tubes got clogged. And the timing. I mean, yeah, it could be. You can possibly schedule having a ring code. I mean, we'll see. Anyway, hey, welcome back. Hi, you didn't miss anything. We're here. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Thanks for saying stream. You're welcome. My god, the late ping going out on Discord too. Mia! I've only just started streaming. Even though on my end it says 6 hours and 49 minutes. Hi.
What's this?
You can't cry yet. Oh yeah, remember when he did that? Why ping? Stream died for a sec. But we're back. It's not another ping. Sorry about that. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Thanks for that, Shiv. Yep. Who is this man? I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. It's like when it's not my fault Twitch died. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. This thing has different colors. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Yeah, welcome back. Apparently it was a miracle I ever regained consciousness. It's because they didn't give him a coffee IV drip. He would have been fine. He just needed some cappuccino. A cup of joe. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. Chat got it right. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, chat. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. This guy seems pretty cool. Yeah, what's up? From the very moment I opened my eyes, I already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who'd spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. It smells good. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. Hey, welcome. Howdy, howdy. Well, everything's really normal here. We're having a great time. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Corain Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. Said the Master of Kurain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence.
It's the Illuminati.
The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. What can't they do?
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always?
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearl's? Don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirits first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl wouldn't be able to.
Oh, what?
What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case he needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot! Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense lawyer. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
Thanks for the bits.
The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Yeah. Well, obviously Maya did it. Lock her up, Your Honor. And throw away the key. Or Iris if we lose all of our health again.
Well, guess Iris did it. Bang. Well, try. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you could finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? What happened? The time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry, I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it.
The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Okay. Yeah, alright. Sure. I have a lot of health for this. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. This case is insane.
Lights shining in the dark, I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Press! Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in danger at the time.
There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
I thought I asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood.
That boy.
Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment. Nice of him to say it was Dahlia's blood, when it, technically wasn't. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, I was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She was borrowing that blood. She wasn't dead. She struck back at the enemy behind her.
Struck back?
How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what'd you do at that point? What next?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged? Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
Men be doing the screaming.
That scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
From behind?
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
He's self-aware. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she'd already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? This dagger, isn't it, Your Honor? Well, we finally know whose blood this is, don't we, Constable? How does that work? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
That's right. I forgot.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Nuh-uh. Have you forgot that the blood was already tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Just like a bullet hole in a shoulder.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. Why else would it not be definitive whose blood it is? From a plot perspective, the DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Yeah, the soup. Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. My blood's been replaced by coffee. I don't have any blood. You can't run analysis on it. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already a bloodstain on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? If I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What if he just didn't see that there was blood on the blade? That's possible. In any event, it seems to be established the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. The contradiction came from inside the house? Maya! This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Bah! Maya brain big? Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. Objection. That's impossible, Trite. Did you take stupid pills during the recess? You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. Naked Godot in the dark. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright?
Why do I feel like I have to make a decision here and I'm just gonna save? I'm just gonna save. It's gonna do a little scooch of a save. Just a wee little bit of a save. Go Dongtober.
How about it? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
One piece, Your Honor? One piece real? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. You point. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it.
Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right?
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Great. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Yeah, I don't need to save again. It's fine. We just saved. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. He has the one piece. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
What? We decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he'd been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. In his butt! I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Okay, now I'm gonna put down another save. Von Karma moment. I mean, kinda? Kind of Von Karma moment. Where is this location where you say the killer hid his wound? I have to present okay. Glad I saved. He hid it in the gravy. He hid it in the gravy. Inside of the gravy. Huh? Can I just... Iris's life depends on this. I'm just gonna... Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Whoa! There's a ghost?
What was that just now? Mia? White woman jump scare? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound.
Point! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. I thought I was wrong when he responded the way he was like, Whoa! Ah! His face exploded. Mm-hmm. Optic blast. There was no lightning. He used his X-Men powers to set fire to the bridge. He's fine. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. Huh? I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. Yeah, but then I ate it. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I can never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. What? Huh? I never liked you, but I was wrong about you from the beginning? What? The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. He was in denial the whole time. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? You talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Oh, shit. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Hey-ya! I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? Savor the bits. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. Yeah, we pointed together. In that one moment, I understood everything. That is a nice kind of way to close out Phoenix's arc.
He doesn't need to rely on her anymore. He's carrying her spear with him. Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Well. Thanks. Sir, you got a little schmutz there. You got your wound. It's bleeding. Was he just using sheer willpower to hold that in this whole time?
Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
He was using coffee to keep it in.
These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Scott? This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has a phobia, and it snakes, and it snakes, and it snakes, but he keeps living anyway.
That does sum it up pretty well.
And he quakes because it's filled with snakes, and if there's a reason I'm still alive, with the number of snakes here is 5, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to snake for it.
Thank you for the bits. Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Nice. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. You really are a Phoenix Wright Ace attorney, aren't you? And then credits. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 6 years ago, of course. You really did go through some trials and tribulations.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 6 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? Why would you only met? Why would this be a thing at this point? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 6 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It just can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 6 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 6 months. And then the preceding 7 years.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you, my sister from the beginning, was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. Well, because, you know, he's dumb of head and of ass and of body and soul. So you had to try harder than that. 6 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened. First time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it?
Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I'd found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris! After spending half a year by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I'm gay, thanks. I'll pass.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
This is nuts. Thank you! Precious cowardly.
Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
He's bi, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donan.
He's sipping the coffee. Thanks for the hydrate. At some point, caffeinated Wright, what will he do?
At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
Thank you, Chad. I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant.
Get the confetti! Where's the confetti? Gumshoe! Where's Gumshoe? Where's Gumshoe? Damn it, Gumshoe! Getting a goddamn confetti. It's 4:51 p.m. What a long day. I mean, really, and it's 7.5 hour stream. That's long for me. Lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Creeper a man, so we back in the mine.
Of course,
Got
justice
a
was
pickaxe
served.
swinging from side to side, side to side.
Minecraft.
This task a grueling one. Hope to find some diamonds tonight, night.
This Minecraft is real. Thank you.
It's Mia. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. I just threw random bullshit until he started bleeding from his face. I don't really know what happened in there. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there today as any defense lawyer could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Meow! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Meow. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. For a moment, I thought the plan in the back was like Charlie's cousin. It was like, even Charlie's here. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? And I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya! I guess it's just like my sis said. Your sister? Mia? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Franziska. Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose. Fuck off, Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? No, there's not. There's no room. I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that it's lacking resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Wow. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Francie's Whiplash Splash? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah? To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by, now is exactly the time? A clock. Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Do I have to present my badge? It's Larry! Do I actually have to present my badge, chat? Gumshoe. I want the answer? Yeah, I don't want to fuck it up. No. It's probably, oh, is it Pearl? It's Pearl. Yeah, I thought she was being strong for Nick. That makes more sense. But Pearl wasn't around. The baby. Take Pearl. Take that. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearls' sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. I brought confetti. Looks like we've got quite the bunch to... Yeah, what's that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe. You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Tribulations. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you! Crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. We saw Mia like 10 seconds ago. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. She was here like 10 seconds ago, but none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Would you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world!
Yeah, but you're the... Ah.
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. Where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. That's pretty far. Back to the temple. Hazakura Temple? For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. And happened and ended. All of it was here. What's this? You're all back again so soon? It's Bikini! I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Probably could have called. Probably be easier than getting here. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya! The hanging scroll! Ah! She ate all the gravy off of it! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly. Why? Why'd you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! Of course, Pop Time has a lick time. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. You probably could have said hi to her, though. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? It's a clock. Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. No, no. That's very good. And there's our proof that basically everyone's broken that urn at one point or another. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. It's a tradition. It's a family tradition. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Wah-ha-wah-ho. Hee-hee. All right. We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training's a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. One of us. One of us. Gooble gob. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then, here goes nothing. He said the thing! Ugh, Jesus Christ. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and the office manager of Wright & Co. offices. Show me Charlie! And I have to be a good big sis to Pearly. And Nick, well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. That's, you know, guaranteed. What? Hey, Jacob Bacon. Thank you. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Yeah. That's what I think. I mean, my brain is mush. My brain is a ball of glue that's solidified. Maggie brought me a brand new coat, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it.
In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Gumshoe? Says, hey, I've only been going for an hour, right, Katie? Yeah, I only just started stream. I got plenty of time left in stream. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Yeah, huh? Yes, sir. This is a nice remix. Desi and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. I suppose I think it might be the worst criminals.
Watch me folding them, beholding them. It's golden yellow now. It's hot, so I burn my thumb. But I took a bite, yo.
It's the return of the house.
It's not a crime, don't worry about it, it's fine. Mr. Wright, I want to thank you for exterminating Don Tigre. I returned the 500,000 along with the tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. He. What'd you put in the thick tea, girl? What'd you put in there? He's dead. He's dead.
I'm just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Shit, he is 69 now, huh? He just had a birthday. Nice. Oh my god, Robot Lady. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. I'm glad we got closure for blue screens. Automata? My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wah, ha, ha, ho, 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 ee, ho, ha, ho. I got a roll on Family Guy. Shit. You go, Bikini. Bikini's great. I'm glad she didn't do it. Where's all the Chapter 4 people? Oh. Or Chapter 1. Oh. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Yeah, that's fair. Voice. Me, I did this. Oh, nice. I don't, did they actually do the voice cast of the previous games? I don't remember them doing this. This is great. It's also cute the way they're presenting it like this. Go dot. Throws it. Wasn't Janshu one of the localizers? Oh my god. David killed it. That's rad. That's cool. Actually, need a little connection there. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgy Poo, I know exactly what to say. I can't really accept these, I'm afraid, or something as painful as this fragile heart. Oh, when will I ever find a gentleman who will treat me as a refined lady? Fuck off, old bag! I'm so mad. I'm so mad they brought her back. You just couldn't let me have this. Oh, shoot, Scooby. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whiplash splash is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist! A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Damn. 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 Shinji Mikami. Yeah. Damn. Oh, yeah, there, yeah. Woo. Oh. Hey, nice. Cute. Yeah. Everyone's there on both of the screens. It's cute. Is that what did Larry draw that? Shit. Alright. Did they kill Godot? No, he's fine. Ish. Doesn't that play Godot's dead now? Well,
Take
yeah.
me home, country toad, to the place with the toad.
We did it!
Toad, Virginia,
done.
mountain frogger, take
Ugh.
me home, country toad.
Thanks, chat. What a wild ride. Thanks for this. How you doing? Yeah. Dios started sliding. Thank you for that. Yeah, I gotta get caught up on alerts, and then I'm gonna go get some burger. So if all you cared about was the game, have a good one. Thanks for joining me on this. It's been a long stream. Yeah, it's 11:15. Now don't I feel better? I feel so drained. That was good. I am very glad with how a lot of it came together in the end. It feels like a very fitting end, like if there were no more Ace Attorney games after this point. And I know that after this is Apollo, and I don't know anything about Apollo, but clearly he's not the same character as Phoenix. It's just like, it's like a good, it wraps things up very nicely. It's good. The case key artwork. Oh, is that, I guess we would have that now, huh? Oh shit. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Look at him go. Ah shit. Damn. He looks good. Oh fuck. They all look so fucking. They took his hands. I know. It's like even with a gap, I don't think this art really works. Attorneys have no pelvises. That's true. No one does. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them. Anyway, chat gets to be wide. Anyway, it's good. Gap should be larger. Yeah, but I mean, that's the gap for the DS. I set up to be close to accurate. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it's good. The original DS gap was wider? Maybe, I guess. Yeah, the hinge was a little bit bigger. Even still. Which character I like the most? Oh god, I don't know. I mean, they're all good. I honestly, it's way too late. I can't sit here and just go over the entire trilogy. It's way too much. I gotta cop on alerts and go have dinner. This was very good. I enjoyed the trilogy. This game was great. I really enjoyed all of them. Spoil for this game, yeah, it's fine. Go for it. Anything from the first 3 games is all fine. Yeah, old bags, the best. Yeah, short one, Weep. How you doing? Best objections of the trilogy. Oh damn. Well, I plan the investigation games. I don't know. So I plan on playing the crossover. Probably maybe next month or so. November sometime. The judge wasn't in the credits. Yeah. Who was the voice of the gavel? I don't think I have a favorite game. I mean, I played them in, relatively rapid succession. So it's like, it's hard for me to separate them. It's kind of, I feel like, I don't know, they were all good. I mean, it's like, mechanically, I like the addition of the psych locks. It added a better sense of structure to the investigation stuff. Armed and caffeinated. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. She's got coffee and a gun. This is very good. Thanks, Meister Chess. First one's classic. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think some of the nonsense in the first game isn't really topped. It's like, but you're getting into semantics. Like, is a walkie-talkie taking the witness stand more ridiculous than a parrot? It's all nonsense, right? So why should I have to choose which one's better or dumber? They're all great. So yeah, it's good. I thought when Misty channeled Dahlia, Pearls would have accidentally channeled Misty's spirit. As one spirit possessed a body, Misty's would be available. Misty used Pearl's body to stab herself to stop Dahlia. That's when Dahlia got asked from her body using the last ones to cross the bridge and died. Protect my pearls and cover the crime scene. That's wild. A ghost took the stand. That also happened. Yeah, no, I mean, I get the sense that in order to channel someone, they have to be very focused on who they're channeling. So Pearls wouldn't have reason to channel Misty. That would have been wild though, if she ended up. I thought that maybe Pearls ended up channeling Mia because she wasn't able to channel Dahlia, and so tried just someone else. And then maybe, I know that Mia was kind of in and out there, but maybe at that time she was available, and then like that became part of it too. But yeah. Need their name in their face, yeah. And she probably didn't really have either for Misty. Keeps the hair, that's true. But yeah, I don't know. This is nuts. The best objection of the trilogy. There you go. There's a poll. Existing when she was channeling Dahlia. Right, well, it would have been after Misty died is when she could have channeled Misty, is the idea, I think. So yeah, maybe, I don't think, it doesn't make sense for Misty to have killed her own body with Dahlia channeling it. That doesn't work, but yeah, the idea of her being involved somehow, but it's fine. It is the one thing that does seem to be kind of odd, is like, maybe there wasn't room for it in the epilogue to be like Pearl could channel Misty and then she could actually have a reunion with Maya properly. Like to be like, oh, I never got to meet my mom. Oh, well, it's like, but you are from a line of people that can channel the dead. Seems like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but it's fine. I'm not mad about it. Goodale blames Phoenix for Mia's death because the person who killed her was red, white, the colors he can't see. Oh, I hate that so much. Oh, I hate that so much. Fuck that. Anyway, I'm gonna read alerts. I don't even know if they're all here. There's a million of them. Nope, looks like they're here. I'm gonna try to go through this quick. Because also, my throat's gonna explode from all this talking. And I'm streaming tomorrow, too. Which I'm excited for, but it's late. Last Space Cadet, thanks for 100 bits. Nikoro Aya, thanks for subbing. Welcome. Azumaji, 50 bits. How many times have we had to use Pearl's powers against her? Mondecay, thanks for 31 months. Secret Tech, giving someone pasta opens to alter Cyclops. Smashman, thanks for 10 bits. Misty channeled Miles' dad and said Yanni Yogi was the one who killed him. But if I recall, Edgeworth's dad was covering for his son because he thought Miles killed him, when in reality Manfred killed him, and they're all unconscious and none of them knew that. Something that sounds right. Nolanator, thanks for 53 months. Octopizzy, thanks for a year. Welcome back. What did I come into? I don't know. Smashmat, thank you for 10 bits. Beta Per Se, thanks for the hammy. A lot of things you can buy with 10 bucks, like cabbage. Edge Bay, thanks for 100 bits. These cases are gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Smashmat, thanks for 96 bits. There's 2 of them. Azumaji, 50 bits. Edgeworth assumes Maya is stuffing her robes and wearing platform shoes to court. Azumaji, thank you for 50 bits. The irony of Dahlia being passed over as successful to wanting a feud with a member of the main family anyway. Mass Loek, thanks for soup. New soup. Azumaji, thanks for the description of the kanji. And Smashman with 100 bits. Pearl misinterpreting Morgan. Makes me angry, Morgan. Yep. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits again. Morgan's execution occurring soon. Ishkim change to... Yeah, I read that. Thank you. Commander Squeaks, thanks for 69 bits. Go fuck yourself. Go don't fuck yourself. B2KD4 Judge, thanks for 13 months. Nerd Weight Bottle Team. Jake and Bacon, thanks for soup. Bad news, we've seen the last stepladder and the last of Charlie. I hope they're okay. Smashman, thanks for the bits. None of the people from the Estes trial are here today. Garbage Nirvana, court case of Theseus. Jake and Bacon, the staff was also a clock. Smashmat with bits, at least he's not drinking Monster. Takema, 66 bits, enjoy your Kiwi Key. Argento Natsu, thanks for soup. Captain Shrike, thanks for 46 months. Little Sparrow's been on holiday with Miss Shrike up with her parents. You never know how much you miss your family till you're stuck at home all alone. Oh, hope they're back soon. Azumaji, thanks for 50 bits. When I was talking about it was all of her fault that Dahlia went into crime, it's just Dahlia being unwilling to admit her mistakes. Yep. Azumaji, thanks for bits. Means that when Phoenix asked Dahlia if Dahlia ever mentioned him, Dahlia was just being like, yeah, I hate you, babe. Yeah, it did seem out of character for Iris to be like, oh yeah, the only thing that she said was, she hated you. I mean, it's like, yeah, that's fair, but I feel like the real Iris might have been a little bit more tactful with that. But yeah, makes sense. Booksmo, thanks for 100 bits. A lot of crazy stuff happens in the attorney, but the complete sincerity of the defendant being impersonated by the ghost of her evil twin twist astounds me. I mean, at this point, it's like, there's nothing... I'm still surprised by these twists, but I'm not at the same level of like, oh, this is where we're going. Because they've done everything. Once you've talked to a bird and had the dead raised to explain something that happened, It's like, okay, we're throwing that away. We don't have to worry about any external logic. It's just the internal logic of this case. And even the judge being like, every case is its own world. It's like, that's, I guess, how it works in the game. So, shit gets crazy. It's wild. Laughs in DGS. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen. I'm not gonna deny I'm not gonna discount the fact that it is probably, because how do you one-up this? You just have to keep getting more and more insane. So that's one way to take it. Either you ground it or you get even more insane. So sure, it seems they made their choice. But it's like, yeah, I'll also be like, what the fuck? I didn't expect that. That doesn't make sense, but it's in a different emotional place than the first game, being like, oh, I didn't know this game had ghosts in it. Like, that's wild. Thank you for the 50 bits, Smash Man. The line in the Japanese means thrown away and neglected. Yeah. Booksmo, thanks for the 10 bits. Nick Cole with the raid. Skyfire, thanks for a year and a half. Squeaks, 30 bits. Universe Fireworks, 100 bits. Dolly's many things, but she's consistently cold, crazy, good, hateable character. She does make a decent villain. Because her motives are clear, even if they're not, you know, sympathetic. And, you know, she's consistently awful, so that's great. It has a real historical figure in it. That's great.
Creeper, a man, so we back in the mine.
More Minecraft.
Got a pickaxe
Got
swinging
herself
from
inserting
side
himself
to
as the
side,
house cat.
Side to side. This task
This is one of the worst murders
Hope
of the
to find some
series.
diamonds tonight, night.
The fact that I forgot that the cat's name was Shu has already escaped me. That just is too much. Ghost Trigger's later game in Takumi's writing career makes sense. Yeah. Me and the mod. Yeah, thanks to the mods. Mods are great. Appreciate the mods. Banana Friend, thanks for 26 months. Smash Man, thanks for 69 bits. Dolly's actions personally make her utterly deplorable. Robbing Dolly's fairies in the face to the point of being exercised, having her stick with her throughout her afterlife is satisfying. It is the only real satisfying conclusion to you're a ghost forever, is saying you're stuck with yourself for eternity, goodbye. That is a very satisfying way to fuck up, to be like, fuck you, ghost, be gone. It's like, they didn't go to the extreme of like, we're gonna banish your demon spirit and dispel it into the ether by like throwing down rice and stuff. It's like, they just let her leave mad at the world. Like, that's great. That's so good. I really like that. Also, thanks for 50 more bits. Fun to imagine Edgeworth watching this whole thing play out with ghosts popping into the courtrooms, having a feud, talking about the political murder schemes of the spirit channeling village, followed by Phoenix subjecting his ex-girlfriend's soul to hell. And the thing he's probably took away from all this was, I will never understand how Wright and Larry's goofy asses end up in relationships. Yeah, that's fair. Too. Chicken Bacon, thanks for the spooky skeleton bits. Can you play something else? Well, I'm done with this, so now you can get caught up. Once I get the VOD for this figured out, it might be a little bit. Hey, can we take a step back and acknowledge how fucked up Morgan's plan is? She made Pearly try to kill Maya by using her half-sister and then frame it on her other half-sister, who is her only family left and her favorite person in the world, for something petty only she cared about. Devil Woman. Yeah, Morgan's the worst. That's clear. Stod, thanks for 100 bits. I'ma call you next time I need an exorcism or a lawyer. I'm bad at both of those things, but thank you, Stod. Scarred Lee, thanks for the 100 bits. I just want to acknowledge how fucking metal that scene is. It was wild. Argento, thanks for soup. I can fix her. I can fix her. Her murdered 3 people and 1 attempted murder on Nick. And then half chat's just like, yeah, no, I can fix her. Also, thanks for 50 bits. I was gonna bring up that the judges should have seen spirit channeling before. I guess last time the spirit channeling in the trial was proven fake. But there's been spirit channeling in the court like every other case. But still, it's fine. I like how Godot says he doesn't think much of Phoenix because of all the beautiful women keep running to his aid. The beautiful women including Desiree, Mia, and Gumshoe. Facts, Ozzel, thank you. Jakin, thanks for a soup. I believe in you. Back to emo jail I go. Smash, thanks for a soup. Limestones, thanks for a soup. Skyward Lee, thanks for a soup. This is the only time in the entire trilogy Maya testifies as a witness. That's true. She's been on trial before. She's been accused, but she hasn't been actually called as a witness. That's true. The final witness. Well, that's also like a nice little... It's not bookending, but it's just like, you know, making the case close to home. It's personal, you know. This was to assume they channel Mia when no one's looking. But it falls apart, and it's like, I don't even... It's to the point where when they finally mentioned in court, like, oh yeah, this is real. It's like, you all can see that, like, when they were like, oh yeah, the crane channeling technique changes the channeler's body physically. It's like, that's not just for the player's benefit, that's actually what's physically happening. That's nonsense. Thank you. I'm glad that's the case, but I'm mad about it. Thanks for 100 bits, Smash Man. Don't you love when you can't prove who the real murderer is and the judge is like, well, someone's got to go to jail. Awkward zombie reference. Oslo, thanks for 50 bits. The trilogy was localized at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. In Japanese, Red White's name was something like small, medium, big. With Godot in mind, they must have named him Red White for the gag. That's messed up if that's the case. I mean, regardless, it's messed up. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 69 bits. Nice. Even though he can't see red, Godot, why... Oddly enough, even though he can't see red, Godot can see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. He's the only adult who can. Last Space Cadet, thanks for 69 bits. Does that mean Godot can't see when we yell objection? It's true. That's a canon. Argento, thanks for 64 bits of soup. All this luring has made me hungry for some soup. Kurt, thanks for 83 bits. Stream Real. Zamui, thanks for 67 months. It's 1 a.m. I mean, on the East Coast, it's very late. It's late here on the West Coast, too. Aka N, thanks for 29 months. It's 6 a.m. Go to sleep. Time zones are real. It's not 6 a.m. here. Chris and Chips, thanks for a year. Isn't it ironic that Godot can't see red on white? On an unrelated note, who was the man that killed me again? Thank you. Thank you. I'm mad every time it's pointed out. Enjoy your mouth, Chris Skelnicky. Ozzo, thanks for 50 bits. Godot learned of the plan in advance. Instead of forging a replacement letter so Pearl would have a nice letter from her mom, he gave it back to her and let everything up to this point happen, but he got Maya's mom to come out of hiding to channel Dahlia and then didn't tie her up or anything and then killed her in front of Maya. This is why you shouldn't try to seek cowboy justice while caffeinated. Man's more coffee than common sense, and that's clear. Manochi, thanks for soup. Hey, stopping by from Vodland to drop this soup and been enjoying on catching up on all Ace Attorney. The series has been nothing but full of stupid silly, and I absolutely love it. Bargliacci. Back to Vod's like, oh, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for the soup. Splinter Squeaks, thanks for soup. Godot, take your clothes off right now. Also, thanks for 50 bits. Another moment the game fakes you out for save scumming. Godot will always respond the same dismissive way regardless of what you present, but presenting his profile causes Mia's spirit to show up. So I did get it right away. It's not like there is a right and a wrong answer where you're like supposed to point out his goggles, because I was like, all I could think of was to present him and evoke his goggles. But yeah, the way he phrased that, I was like, ah, shit, that's wrong. So I didn't have to save scum that part, but yeah, it did fuck with me for the million times I have save scummed. How's one soup by cheering with 64 bits? It just plays the soup alert. You also just type the word soup in chat and just be happy about soup. You don't have to cheer any bits, but I thank you all for it. Oslo, thanks for 50 bits. Garbage Nirvana, 50 bits. You could have also just accepted things happen outside your control, and you're not responsible for all the women in your life, you weird chauvinist caffeine addict. Skyward, thanks for 100 bits. For anyone unfamiliar with the source, waiting for Godot, check out a plot synopsis. It's relevant to Godot's character arc, and will shed light on a lot of his behavior and choices. Thank you for the soup. White Knight ass. Thank you. Wow, yeah, that worked really well. Yeah. Go look up Waiting for Godot, the play. Smashmat, Bloody Tears, this isn't Castlevania. Pangolin, thanks for the hammy. This all could have been avoided if Manfred could have tolerated taking a damn L. Dude ruined many lives because of that. Squeaks, thanks for 30 bits. Fuck this stupid series for making me so mad and still making me cry. Yeah, it's quite good. Jake and Bacon, thanks for 69 bits. One last piece of music trivia. Godot's sad theme is named The Better Taste of Truth. Sums up his character now. He lived in denial ever since he woke up and refused to taste the truth. And his jazz theme is the fragrance of dark coffee. Because coffee. Sometimes it's really deep. Sometimes it's just coffee man likes coffee. Silly Wizard, thanks for 8 months. I see you've coming at a horrible time. How you doing? Scarlet Lee, thanks for 10 gifted subs. The High Striker 101, Verilus, Appleton Grove, Pathseeker, Fest Free, Junkles, Axjur 14, Inverse Axolotl, X Pingtron X, and Traveling in a Box. And Win/, gifted 5 subs to Marzapars, Boopy Doopy, Kandri, Ravenous, and Shark Socks. Magic Facet, thanks for the hammy. Phoenix finally got that cup of breast milk. We got closure for Bath shitpost too. I didn't even think about that. Oh man, we really got every kind of closure, didn't we? Tensei, thanks for 38 months. You did it. Argento, thanks for 83 bits. Is Nick's backstory more tragic than Layton's? No! Layton's backstory is way more tragic. 100%. I mean, I still like Nick's backstory for sure, but it's not really a contest for me. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. One good thing about Larry, he does stick around with being an artist out of respect to Misty. I'm 100% willing to believe Misty and Morgan broke the sacred urn when they were kids. 100% I agree. I like to believe they have one good memory before Morgan went nuts. Yeah, that'd be good too. Jake and Megan! I don't know why you did this, but thank you for the $100. Objection! Thanks for playing these games on stream. This is one of my fave series. I love seeing your reaction to all the Ace Attorney awesomeness and nonsense. Those are the same thing, for the record, the awesomeness and the nonsense. There's so much I could say about this series in this case that I haven't already. There's a lot to say, but I gotta try to wrap it up. The original concept of 3-5, an assassination committed by a professional assassin occurs in front of a fancy hotel. The assassin, the Shelly killer, discovered that he died 17 years ago. The killer is in fact Misty Faye, who's been channeling him for the 17 years. That would be interesting. She channeled the killer to try to learn something, and he was just like, haha, now I'm back, baby. That would be a really Shu Takumi-esque twist. That makes a lot of sense in a way. That's wild. Herschel hit every branch on the way down when he fell the personal tragedy tree. Every single trope of tragic backstory. And then a few tropes that don't exist as well. Leighton hit on the way down. It was rough, man. Did they set a limit? No, I don't think so. I mean, I assume that it was, even though they're like the channeler's spirit is gone. They don't dream, they're just gone. They also kind of made it seem like the channeler is the one that goes, okay, time for you to go. And I'm like, I don't know how that works necessarily, but fine. Quick poll. What's your favorite game, chat? Put it in the poll. Limestones, thanks for the bits. How do you like Shu Takumi's insanity? I'd say I'm done. I don't want any more, but I do want the crossover. I do want that much. As well as if he's cooking on anything else. Because we were talking about earlier in the stream that he hasn't been responsible for a game in quite a while. It's been a bit. And man, I don't know what the hell he's cooking, but I'm down for it. So, yeah, the sever the spirit if they're not leaving on. Right, if they're not leaving on. Oh, it's true. Yeah, if the spirit doesn't want to leave, someone else has to sever it. Yeah, I don't know. Recency bias. A lot of it's recency bias, but I actually. Oh wow, that is vast majority 3, and then followed by a distant second and 1, and then only a couple votes for 2. I mean. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely recency bias, but I think there is a lot of stuff that is very satisfying about how 3 brings stuff together. And I think it just has some strong cases on its own as well. But I literally enjoyed every game, all 3 of the games. Like, there's not really a weak one. There are some points in certain cases I find to be weaker in investigation and in trial. There's some parts that didn't work for me, both just objectively and also just in the context of streaming them, right? Streaming them is not the same experience as just playing it on your own with your DS. I mean, I really enjoy the experience, but also does flavor the experience, of course. Limestone, thanks for the bits. Red Soul, thanks for gifting 2 subs to Korgba and Crank GP. Smash Ray with the hammy. I remember this game having some interesting retcons and recontextualizing past events of the previous 2 games. I forgot how much this final case really tied everything together. What a fantastic Captain Amazing trilogy. I know it's no wonder why it's so fondly remembered, memes aside. Well, the memes are how we fondly remember. It's true. Yeah, I didn't really get a strong vibe of retcons. I think they did a good job bringing in threads from previous games and making them relevant and current without going, oh, that event, it was actually this, you know? Like, even bringing up DL6 was kind of for a purpose. It wasn't like, oh, when you thought DL6 was solved, it's actually DL7 now. Like, they didn't do anything like that. Like, to me, that's more of what I'd be like, I don't know about that. Like, I think they did a pretty good job. Non-directly main storyline cases. Some slight retcons, they should have got things in mind by the time A2 was thing. That's also could be the case. That by 2 he kind of had an idea of what he was doing. Phoenix being on the defense chair, which isn't big. Yeah, it's like stuff like that where it's just like, yeah, like it's weird that that never came up in conversation, but it's not necessarily a retcon. It's just like, oh, that I didn't think that was the case, but anyone who voted 2 were best friends now. DL5. IBS. Benja doesn't voice Phoenix in Leighton versus Wright, unfortunately. Thank you for the bits. Smash man. And thank you. They wanted to give Wendy Olbag a new outfit, but didn't have time space. They went with the space outfit from previous game because they thought it'd be funnier. I just thought it was because they didn't want to make new art for her. I mean, if anything, they could have brought back her outfit from the first game. That would have made more sense because at least she was a security guard there, but her just being in the spacesuit all the time, that was fine. Darkrow, thanks for 39 months. Thanks for playing my favorite game series of all time. I've been having a chaotic few months. These streams helped me get through some low points. Hope you enjoyed the trilogy. Looking forward to the crossover when you rest your voice. Thank you. I'm looking forward to myself. And I'm glad the streams were able to help a little bit. Snowbeal, thank you for the HimSpin 760 bits. Fun fact, fun bits. Day 2 of court involved everyone, including the defendant, swapping out from the day before. The only evidence Godot initially knew had blood all game was the knife that cut him. In Mia's murder case, in Ace Attorney 1, Maya mentions Mia said to give Phoenix 3 years before relying on him when in trouble. Rule of 3s on hiding something critical on your person in court with the mask. Jesus. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, the recurring bit of Godot not being able to see bloodstains and stuff, I'm like, It makes me want to like revisit those scenes and just be like, what? How thickly did they lay it on? But thanks for not spoiling stuff, chat. Legitimately, every now and then I'd see someone in chat being like, "Hey, no spoilers." I'm like, I missed something, so it's like whatever. But I really enjoyed it. Getting through this and just it's like in hindsight, there's so many parts throughout these games that are like, oh man, if you know what's coming, then this hits different. So I hope it was fun for you to revisit, if that is the case. If it was your first time as well, you can join me face down on the floor. Madman, thanks for 19 months. What have we learned, chat? Shoot Takumi's just like Shakespeare, obsessed with ghosts. That is true. They're the same guy. Lego Ego, thanks for gifting 5 subs to Gar Finks Musical Sphinx. That's a hell of a name. But not Blob. Fortune Chaos, Floraphonics, and BME Eevee. And Magic Facet gifted a sub to Ryan V97. Plant Sorcerer with 17 months. Miss Shrew, thanks for the 100 bits. Leighton Adventure, Maniacal Laughter. We'll get back to him at some point. Use Diddles to kick it away. Flavir, thanks for the Amy. Thanks so much for playing the whole trilogy. As everyone could probably tell from my dumps in memes, I adore the series. I'm glad you enjoyed it, even if it was frustrating sometimes. These streams really made me happy to be a part of it. Thank you. I mean, I'll be honest, like 99% of my frustration comes from the fact that I'm streaming it. And I want to keep things moving. I don't like being responsible for the game grinding to a halt because my brain's dumb. Sometimes it's justified. I'd say most of the time I got stumped, it was actually for good reason. There were a couple times where I was just dumb and forgot stuff, and it's gonna happen. But no, it's like that exacerbated any mild frustration I might have felt during these games was just exacerbated by like, I want to know the answer so I can move on, but I don't want to just ask chat for the answer every time I get hit by a speed bump. So, yeah. Imagine that. Who was the Mice in the Dark? Yeah, right? My brain, you can watch the gears turn in real time. Agent Snake, thanks for 7 months. I gotta head to bed. Keep the injections going. Objection. Go to bed. Satchamabob, thanks for 100 bits. The callback to the first game's Pursuit song is my favorite part of the series. Start pumping my fist the first time I got to that scene. Thanks so much for streaming the series. There's some very, very good bits in this last case, especially that tied things together. I think, yeah, it was satisfying. It's good. The double point with the both of them. Good stuff. Enki, thanks for the soup. Because I soup. I'm gonna raid someone, chat. I need to stop. I need to go. It's late. I gotta have dinner. I gotta figure out if I'm gonna split the VOD into 2 pieces. Or if I'm gonna... whatever the hell I'm doing. Let's raid Nicole, but I've been streaming so long that Nicole raided me earlier and is now streaming again. So... that's good. That's great. I love that for us. Well, I was gonna ask what Nicole's raid message was, but we were in emote-only mode, so I don't know if her chat had a raid message. That'll teach her. That'll show her. Yeah, get her, chat. Get her. Thanks for the 69. 96 bits. Nice. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a good snooze. Thanks for hanging, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, by the way. With probably a much shorter stream. But should be fun regardless. Thanks for joining me for all this. Yeah, objection's good. That's fine. I gotta rest my voice. I'm gonna drink some tea. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thanks for nudging me to play these games. I really enjoyed them. They're a lot of fun. Wild time. I'm looking forward to the crossover. Hopefully see you then for that too, eventually. How it going? I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna send the raid. Chaos, thank you for a 1.5 years. Enjoy your very spooky key for a very spooky season. Also, yeah, we'll probably switch to spooky stuff like next week or something. So look forward to that. Spooky emotes. And purple branding. Goodbye. Bye. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go, VOD watchers. Thanks for watching. You made it. This is a long VOD. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go now. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. I'm just gonna fall down and hit end stream with my face. Ah!